Bad news, huh? SCV ready. Gotcha. Woo. What's going on? SCV ready. What's going on? Huh? Huh? What's going on? SCV ready. What's going on? Bad news? SCV ready. SCV ready. Bad news? Huh? SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead. Big job, huh? Yeah. What's going on?
Command center upgrade complete.
Certainly done. That's all. You. Ah! You scared me!
Yo, Lowtown. Good morning, sir.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Nothing I can't. SCV ready. Get a kill. Huh? Yeah. Systems go. SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. What? SCV ready. I'm listening. Agreed. All right.
Add-on complete.
Oh, yeah, baby. SCV ready. Done. Online. Kill something. Yes, indeed. SCV ready. That's all. Ready for desktop. Coming through. SCV ready.
Now what? I heard.
Bad news. SCV ready. Move it. This better be. Go ahead.
Pig.
Been waiting on.
Add-on complete.
This better be good. Good job, huh? Been waiting. SCV ready. Go, go, go. This better.
Base is under attack.
Nice. Yeah, that was he made some interesting moves there. They were not enough. They were not enough. Good to see you, Jimmy Jams. I'm doing great, man. I'm doing great. I'm feeling good. I got on a little bit earlier than I've been getting on the last week, so that was kind of nice. I feel like we did a pretty good job of getting things to a good place, so I didn't have as much. And when I'm back in Chicago, I feel it. He couldn't handle the sauce, man. He couldn't handle the sauce. Okay, okay. Seen 3 different screen names. I play under a lot of different names. There are people who think I'm not. There's people who tune into this stream and think that I play against Zergnado. There's people who come on here and I legitimately think I just play against a guy named Zergnado all the time. You're not the only one, Jimmy Jams. You're not the only one. I suppose that's a bit of the fun in watching streams, huh? Those little innocent misunderstandings. It's very low stakes, you know? Thankfully. We're up against a docile wombat. Whatever that means. Breakfast? Yeah, I had breakfast like 5 hours ago. I had breakfast like 5 hours ago. I ate, I had a protein bar. I had a protein bar, and then like 3 hours ago I had a Pop-Tart. I had a chocolate, double chocolate fudge Pop-Tart or whatever. It was great. It was fantastic. And then right before I streamed, I ate a banana. Got a little bit of my potassium. Got a bit of my potassium in for the day. Gotta look out. Gotta look out for number 1, right? Gotta keep the engine turning.
Command center upgrade complete.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. In the rear, SCV ready. Go ahead. What you want? Gangway coming through. SCV ready.
What you got? What you got? Oh, he went straight for it too.
center upgrade.
Yeah, I mean, resources are tight. He's being greedy, we're being greedy, you know, it's a bit of circle of life kind of thing going on. What you got? What you got? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dun, 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 dun.
Command center upgrade complete.
Figure you just move only mineral SCVs over to that base. Kind of makes things easier.
Add-on complete.
Perfect. Yeah, well, I don't always open with Reapers, but when I do, it always gets fun. Sometimes I forget just like how distracting they are as just having them kind of in your opponent's face goes. Even though I'm not crazy about them, they still can be very annoying units. They can still be absolutely miserable to deal with.
Add-on complete.
What's he got?
Upgrade complete.
We don't really know where his tech is, right? That's kind of the problem. So we'll just send the BCs across as they are, because I don't think there really is another move. Oh yeah, see, he went that way. That makes so much sense. This is gonna get nuts.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. Lay it on. Ready to raise some hell. We hear you. What's going on?
Who called in the fleet?
Ah! Ready to roll out.
Take it slow.
Bad news.
Upgrade complete. Command center upgrade complete.
Gotcha. Listen, I hear you. I'm waiting on you. It's a trap.
Research complete.
Daylight's burning.
Yeah, he's just being real greedy, right? Very turtly.
That is.
Not too bad.
Light it up.
Mineral field depleted.
That it? Ready to raise some hell. Ah! You scared me.
Base is under attack.
I'm waiting. Daylight's burning. I'm waiting on.
Mineral field depleted.
Where's the hot action? I'm in a heap of trouble. Talk to me, boss.
Raven online.
Pedal to. Where's the hot action? I'm waiting. Daylight's burning. Talk to me, boss. Are you figuring yourself here? Sounds sweet. Raise some hell.
Research complete.
Raise some hell. I'm in a heap of trouble. Absolutely. Ready to raise some hell.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, he doesn't really have much going for him here, does he?
Out here. Sure thing. Yo. Got any extra firepower?
He's caught my BCs like that a couple of times, though. That's unfortunate. Not much I can do there. Yeah, he's just like always ready for my stuff.
Mineral field
That makes it really, really difficult because obviously I can't catch him off guard in that situation.
Are you ready for this? Big John, where's the hot action? Raise some hell. I'm in a
Let's go.
sounds sweet. I'm in a heap of trouble. Boy, it's here.
Awaiting orders. Ready. Take your
mineral field depleted.
Big job, huh? Optics online. Let's go kill someday.
scanning battle coming. Ring. State your recon scanning.
Command center upgrade.
Yeah, like he's just always gonna be ready to catch my stuff as the energy he's giving here. He's been moving through Fog of War. He's been reacting to my Fog of War quite a bit.
State your
Upgrade complete.
Giving some the boy is mine energy here. There we go. Beautiful. Now how about that for a strategy? He just didn't do anything the whole entire game, and then he just waited for me to kill him. It's kind of amazing if you think about it. My game bugged out. I've got that little cursor, the little mouse cursor kind of gets stuck in the middle of the screen when I try to move the camera. So I'm just going to restart my game real quick and that should fix it. Grocery outlet. Yeah, man. Yeah, grocery outlet has the cheapest Pop-Tarts we've ever seen, bro. It's a big deal. It's a big dealio. Let me get my game rebooted. Okay, it is starting up. It is booting up. Good casting for Dallas. Hope we see you again. Yeah, that'd be nice. Thank you. That'd be real nice. Okay. Now we're on our right account, and then we switch back to Europe, and then we're there. Then we'll be good. Pine cones because they give us pine nuts. You don't think that like the acorn memes from the like the Frozen adventure movies? What are those called again? Ice Age? The Ice Age movies? You don't think that the Ice Age movies made acorns culturally relevant enough? Is that it? Is that how you feel? They certainly tried. Acorns was a staple food of natives. Pine cones are prickly. Pine cones are a little tricky, right? You can't just eat a pine cone straight up. Although that's like, you know, you certainly add that to the list of they certainly tried. When you grow up out there in the middle of nowhere and you bunch of boys left unsupervised and yeah, somebody takes a bite out of a pine cone eventually. It happens. I'm pretty sure I've tried to eat a pine cone at some point in my childhood. I'll just full stop admit that. I was largely unsupervised and lived in the middle of the wilderness. There were a lot of forests and lakes and streams that were just kind of out there. There's a lot of nature stuff I could just walk to. Not much to get up to. Me and my friends would go get lost in the woods all the time, so not saying that we ate pine cones for survival. More of like a bet. Maybe more like a bet. Why do I always ask the hard questions? Because somebody has to. Somebody has to. You know, there are things that you could think about. There are questions you could ask yourself that will like get you, you know, they might be interesting, they might be more relevant, but they might stress you out, you know. They might evoke feelings you're just not interested in feeling at the moment either. So at the very least, whatever feelings this pinecone versus acorn situation, regardless of how it ends, you know, it's again, it's all about keeping the stakes low. It's all about keeping the stakes low for some good clean fun. And Nathan, I don't want coming to the Twitch stream to be like I'm going to hang out at the public pool. Well, I'd say we're all hotter, personally, but...
You're the boss.
You know, we've got a kind of exclusive club here, I guess. Use pine cones for decor in your wedding? Hell yeah. You want Stormgate to have 4 races after 10 years or so? The 3 on StarCraft get old? Well, I think that the best thing and the most powerful thing about Stormgate is the community aspect of it. It's really the biggest thing. It's the most valuable thing they have is the community. So I would say if at some point there feels like there's a discourse that the community has where like people kind of generally agree on what they would want to see out of a 4th faction in the game, I think that's probably where the conversation starts, right? Eventually at some point a question will be asked, you know, like what is missing, and then people will kind of go from there to figure out what you could end up adding. But a lot of people say they want a 4th race, but they just have no ability at all to describe what that looks like or what they want typically. So it sounds more like, you know, you could just ask for another expansion and add units to every race, and that would be the same thing as what the average person asking for a 4th race is asking for. So usually when somebody asks about a 4th race, they're not actually asking about a 4th race. They're just like, hey, do we just do 4 for no reason? But like they don't have an idea. There's not a plan, you know.
Ready for pickup. Now.
Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
When I think about this stuff, usually my mind is on like for StarCraft anyway, you could have like infested Terran, but yeah, the biggest thing that Frost Giant and Stormgate have going for them is that they are going to take what people say they want into consideration. You know, they're not going to just ignore people. So the people's voice will be heard.
In the rear. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Waiting on you.
Where? Go SCV ready. Big job. Go, go, go.
But I don't think the number of factions in the game really matters. The most important thing is that each one feels like it's playing its own game. I think that's really, really important. It's the best thing about StarCraft. I don't care how many races are in the game as long as they all feel distinct. It's kind of like how I'm at the point even with Zero Space where it's like the game, like Zero Space, even testing has gotten a lot less interesting because like of all the how open the heroes are, and everyone kind of uses, like there are meta hero choices that aren't really affected at all by like what you're doing with your actual faction, and those they dominate the game to like a really big degree, you know, like stuff like that is what I think you want to avoid. You don't want to homogenize it so much to the point that the entire game can be like too formulaic, right? You want to make sure you have the variety and interesting options, things that can happen, etc. So I think that's a big deal.
Armed and ready. Got no patience for sitting around.
Call the boss.
SCV ready.
Yep. Loud and clear.
SCV ready.
Yeah.
SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready.
Hell yeah, man. That's great.
Go ahead. This better be good. Gotcha. SCV ready. What's going on? Man the ring.
Mr. Friggin' Proxy Dark Shrine.
State your business.
Ready to roll out. Oh, wow. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Engine screaming. Receiving.
SCV ready.
Roger.
But I don't think that was too bad at all. It actually went kind of nicely.
Talk to me.
SCV ready. Gangway.
He just has that probe stuck there forever. I like it.
Inbound.
We could use some help here.
Oh, then he sent a bunch of stalkers over. Beautiful.
Mineral field depleted.
Huh?
Mayday. Mayday. I got this. Confirmed. Turbines to full.
Scanning.
Show me who you want.
Yeah, no, of course it hasn't been easy.
Add-on complete.
Did we expect it? Did we really expect it to be easy at any point? I mean, no. Oh, you like the Stormgate third race stuff? Yeah. Celestials are nuts. They're crazy. No workers. The whole base is flying the whole time. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Command center upgrade.
No, they're definitely you can definitely tell that the Celestials they definitely took a lot of the feedback people had about feeling like they were trying to copy StarCraft too much. And then with the Celestials, they're like, look, we do have a pretty out there idea for how to design a different way to play macro in an RTS. And then that's what we got, right? We got something we've never seen the likes of before. So it was kind of awesome. But obviously, it's going to take people a while to adjust as well. After all, it is unlike anything we've ever seen before. So
Scanning battlefield conditions.
you were surprised Frost Giant was willing to take such a risk. Yeah. Again, you know, if Frost Giant wanted to do the easy thing, they could have just kept updating StarCraft 2 forever with no SC3, but that's not what they wanted to do, right? It's such a huge component to all of this.
Mineral field depleted.
Engaging. Right.
This is perfect though, right? If he's trying to just go into carriers. So.
Awaiting orders. Engineering at your disposal.
Upgrade complete.
Since I'm already going into them, it's not too big of a deal, right?
Mineral field depleted.
Gonna need Yamato. Bunch more missile turrets.
Command center upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Yes, sir. What's going? Big job. In the rear with
Combat.
by the numbers, boy.
Awaiting orders.
Mineral field.
It's all about that BC count now.
State your engineering out.
Go ahead.
State your request. Engineering at your disposal. Awaiting orders.
You know, sometimes you wonder what your life would have been like if you went for StarCraft rather than Age of Empires, like an alternate timeline. It's wild. It's wild, man. It's wild. You know, there were a lot of people that were trying to like get into StarCraft and stuff back around the time that I was getting into it. You know, like there were a lot of people who wanted to do like casting and stuff in SC2. I got like really lucky, I think, with how things turned out for me, because I'm not from like a big wealthy family or anything like that. So everything I've ever done or tried to do in this industry has more or less been like from that context, right? From that position. So it's kind of been crazy, really. It's been a crazy journey over the years. Oh, I'm getting some like heavy lag now. There we go. Beautiful, beautiful. Excited for you, Nate, with Stormgate. Wishing for it to go well. Yeah, man. Well, here's the beautiful thing, right? I don't really have many choices, so I'm in the best position to give it my all. You know, I'm not in a position where I can really coast or take it easy, so that's kind of nice. It's kind of nice to have a bit of pressure. Looking forward to that again. Looking forward to being able to like make a bunch of goals and have all these challenges and stuff I want to do, you know? It's going to be awesome. Trying to proxy Dark Shrine me. Then hit me with the carrier, fade away into Tempest. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. GG. No, right at the end of that one, right at the end of that game, it started getting real laggy. GG though. Yeah, trying to speed run me here with this. That Nexus was still really fast, but it was gateway core, and then the proxy Dark Shrine in the corner. I'm gonna dodge them. I don't want to rematch that. We'll let them queue up again. They can proxy DT someone else. Do you ever just get blindly hard counter because people know you are going to BCs? Well, I play on a lot of different accounts and I play on a lot of different servers. So that's about all I can really do. I don't worry about it as much anymore. My gameplay and stuff as far as StarCraft doesn't really matter to me anymore, you know? Like I just kind of play the game. I play StarCraft because it reminds me of good times and I like doing this, and one day I'm not going to be able to stream anymore, and I don't know if that day is going to be in a month or in a year or in 5 years or 10 years. So I'm just kind of here to enjoy it and have a good time with it. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. I'm not really in a position where I don't really have anything to lose, I think, by going all in on that. So yeah. It's a big motivator. It's a big motivator. Yeah, I got you. On one hand, like if somebody wants to beat me and that's all they want, you know, it doesn't really matter, right? Like I'm required to lose half my games no matter what. So if somebody wants to like try really hard to go out of their way to use the stream or like information like that to win, like first of all, there's nothing I can really do about that. So worrying about it is like worrying about getting hit by a car. It's like, yes, it can happen, but if you're going to live your whole entire life in fear of that to the point where you never ever do anything because you're scared of that, well then suddenly you're now in a much worse position than you would be accepting the daily risks of going out on the road, right? So yeah. All right, let's see. They're still waiting. Have they? It looks like they've been playing for a couple of hours. Some people in the chat think they know who this is, so I'm gonna hope they're not sniping me. I'm just gonna queue up though, because you guys, some people in chat are saying they know who they are, so. All right, we should be good. All right, we got a barcode. We got a barcode Protoss. Yeah, I don't know who you're talking about, Dave. I don't know who you're talking about, but thanks for looking out. We're just gonna do the same thing we did versus the last Protoss player. It worked, right? So. There's a lot of people that still stream StarCraft as well. I don't know all of them, so. I don't know all of them, unfortunately. Now, how could you not know all of them? I know. Yeah, there's always been a decent amount of people streaming StarCraft. StarCraft has like a super cliquey fan base, like very cultish with who people follow, and like people segment themselves into these really, really specific groups. So if you get in with those people, then you can do really well, especially even as like a new creator. So it's like, oh, there's a decent amount of people. There's a decent amount of people that try to play and stream, because the game is pretty fun, right? So I think for some people, they kind of like to share their journey playing the game, even if they don't think anyone's gonna watch, because it's still kind of cool sometimes to check out somebody that's newer or whatever. I don't do it anymore, but I used to love watching or checking out like smaller streams and watching those guys and giving them a little boost sometimes. Ham Heartbreak. Yeah. Katie's playing her Hamtaro Game Boy game.
SCV ready. Militant word. Nothing I can. What's going? Systems go. SCV ready.
No Kev. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Is there a new StarCraft streamer named Kev that I'm unaware of that is wildly popular? Is that do you mean like Rotterdam? Like Roddy? Like Kev Roddy? No, he's not a new or small streamer. No. I don't know where you got that impression, but that's not the case now. Rotterdam, he was a pro in like Warcraft. He was doing stuff even before StarCraft 2. He's been around forever. He competed. He was like an early day. SC2 competitor before he got into the casting game with Mr. Bitter and all that.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Build complete.
Heading out.
Oh, damn. We're doing one of these. Ay, ay, ay. All right, GG. I'm going to, we're going to dodge him. We'll dodge him, and then we'll queue up. We'll queue up as soon as this guy's in a game or he's offline. Yeah, units die in dropships with other stuff. He's played about 8 games in the last 25 minutes. So, okay, yeah, he's in a game again. I was going to say, he's probably just speed running. We'll keep his profile up so we can continue to dodge him if necessary. Squirrels don't drop deadly acorns out of the trees around here. Why dodge? I don't like rematching anybody, but if you're gonna one-base me, then I don't get to build battlecruisers, which completely removes the point of playing the game for me. I hope that helps. Hope that helps provide some clarity.
Go ahead.
You like the countdown? Yeah.
SCV ready. Big job, huh? Yo. Sure thing.
I was thinking about putting it in the top left corner on this scene because there's nothing in the top left here, which is nice.
Go ahead. What's going on?
Oh, we got a TVT. But yeah, anytime somebody like cheeses me or does, like if they go out of their way to stop me from building battlecruisers, which is like usually the goal of my strategy, I usually just leave the game. But obviously, if I leave the game and then I queue up immediately, I might get the same guy. So then I'd have like 3 or 4 games potentially where I don't get to build any BCs at all. So at that point, all of those games, it's like, why? It's no point for me to even have queued them in the first place. Like if I get somebody else, maybe they'll cheese me too, but at least there's a chance they don't. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like if you could draw the same hand in poker multiple times. Like at some point, you don't want to draw a certain hand. Like you wouldn't want to get a certain kind of hand every time. So I try to make sure that I get different hands to play with because to me, that's how we get the most interesting games. It's true, though. Not everybody agrees with my decision-making process. Otherwise, more people would probably be here. If every choice and decision that I made was perfect and everybody agreed 100%, I imagine I'd be quite a popular guy. Turns out we do some weird stuff here. When does the pro scene for Stormgate start? I mean, it already has, but that's not really something I'm focused on. I'm just gonna, honestly, I just want to put myself in there as that guy who's the bridge between the hardcore and the casual. I'm gonna feast. I'm gonna feast there. Ah, see, there you go. Just another one base cheese. So this guy, Proxy Marine outside my base, right? I'm not gonna play against him again. So what I do is I pull this up and now I can see. We can check his match history. The other barcode guy, he just finished, right? So this guy hasn't played StarCraft for 2 days, but he played a lot of games when he did, right? The last time he played a lot of games. So what we should expect is he'll queue up for another match and then we don't have to play him again. Because it's like, if I can't build battlecruisers against either of these guys, why would I want to play against either of them, you know? So I don't have anything to prove. I don't have anything to gain or lose. I just want to play the game the way I want to play. And if I have to give people MMR or donate my time to get that, that's acceptable for me. I don't mind. So we'll wait for this Razzle guy to get into a game. And if he takes longer than like 5 minutes, I'll just queue unranked. Have I found a favorite faction in Stormgate? I really like Vanguard because they're a lot like Terran in terms of having units that you can micro to get a lot of value out of. Like, for me, one of the most fun things about playing the last phase of the Stormgate beta... Oh, see, he logged off. There you go. I think one of my favorite things about the last phase of the Stormgate beta was that we had the like the Atlas drops and stuff like that. That's one of my favorite things to do. It's the same way I play Terran and StarCraft 2. Like, I like to have a really methodically well thought out base setup and base layout. I like to kind of visualize and think about all the different ways I have stuff set up ahead of time. So I think eventually Vanguard opens that up a lot. And then just being able to go do drop micro and stuff is really interesting. None of the harass units for the Infernals looked interesting to me. They're all kind of boring. Infernal feels like they're going to take that role of Zerg where if you make a mistake and you take a fight you shouldn't take, they're going to always be able to punish you and kill you. But otherwise, Vanguard's going to be the more defensive, right? Deflect attacks, kind of get to that army you want. But at least the way that I played it, and the way that I'm going to play it is just very fast-paced, and it's really nice. I had more viewers streaming that Stormgate beta for the whole 2 weeks it was up. I like doubled or tripled my engagement compared to all my StarCraft streams in the last year. So I feel like if I go out there and I just play that explosive fun play style, especially because none of the other Vanguard players are doing what I'm doing. I think the only other guy that was doing like actually trying to focus on mechanical play was and Mech is actually more dynamic than Bio in that game because the drop ships don't heal, so they actually have utility other than just healing bio units, so it's really nice. Playing the drop heavy mech style in Stormgate is something that I really, really enjoy, and I'm very, very much so looking forward to mastering that play style. That's got to be one of my favorite things I'm looking forward to in that game. I only got to stream it for 2 weeks, but in that time, I was still able to craft a playstyle and a strategy and a build order that not only worked very well, but nobody else was really doing it or trying to do anything similar to it yet. So that's where the fun lies for me. It's exploring the unknown, doing the things that other people don't do, and not making excuses for why I don't want to try new things. It's a strategy game. If there's only one good strategy game, if there's only one good strategy in your strategy game sucks, bro. I said it. There are people who think there's only one strategy in StarCraft, but they're all wrong, so that's why this game is so good. Nobody's gonna tell you that mass battlecruiser is an effective way to play the game. But here I am at the top of the ladder, day in and day out, memeing and dreaming and wheeling and dealing, and all that good stuff. Says a lot. The Nate Mass dropship, yo. I mean, unless there's a patch, unless there's a huge change to that I haven't seen, you know, wouldn't that imply mass species the only way to play? I don't know. I didn't think about what I said that much. You could just ask me to clarify. Oh, guy in chat wants me to clarify. Yeah, so what I'm saying is the beauty about StarCraft is that even though everybody would tell you mass battlecruiser is bad, the actual truth is none of them have the courage to lose games and have to figure something out for themselves. So they would rather wait for another player to figure it out for them. So because of that, because most players would rather wait for somebody else to figure it out for them, nobody ever actually tries anything new until they see somebody that they respect already being successful with it. This vastly limits the pool of strategies, and it's an effect that's virtually almost entirely caused just by social media proliferation. Because if there weren't so many people constantly talking about how many things you could or couldn't do in a game, then people would probably be willing to at least they'd be forced to occasionally try those things, right? Like, if you hypothetically, if you had to ask about something that you wanted to try and there was nobody there to tell you how dumb or horrible it was, then that would greatly increase your chances of trying it eventually on your own, you know? But a part of it is like people want the validation on social media, feeling like, A, they want to feel smart. If they came up with it first, then they feel smart. Nobody ever comes up with anything first, so what always happens is they post it and somebody says, well, nobody does this because it's bad, and then, like, you're kind of, you know, it creates a feedback loop. It creates a feedback loop. I enjoy personally living outside of that loop. That's the whole entire point of my play style. I'm completely agnostic to all meta discussion because it doesn't impact the way I play. And that, for me, keeps the game interesting because I kind of have my own meta that I can maintain on different patches and different map pools, but it's never the same one. It's never the same one that everybody else is trying to do, right? And that's what keeps it exciting.
You scared me. What's going on?
All right, we got a random player this game, so my plan is very straightforward. If he's the Zerg player, we're going to play this one out as normal. If he's a Terran or a Protoss, I'm going to leave the game as soon as I see them. That's the plan. Hey, Lord Codus.
What's going on? SCV ready. Ben? Huh? Ben, what's huh? Ah! Ben. SCV ready.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. And then occasionally we get map pools or we get patches where my style is actually legit OP, just because we get one of those weird patches where they're like, we're gonna nerf a bio play style and give a small buff to mech. That's what the balance council does when they don't want to buff Terran, right? It's like you just buff mech because there's such a negative sentiment towards it and players are so dissuaged from it. You could just give Terran all the buffs to mech and nerf all the bio stuff, and nobody would even care. You know what I mean? So sometimes you can get into pretty dominant spots because of that. Before they put through all the battlecruiser nerfs, which only ever really happened because of me, which is amazing to think about. But before they put through all the battlecruiser nerfs, again, we were beating GSL players regularly on the ladder. And there was nobody else doing what I did for years. No one.
Complete.
I have never seen a single competitive or professional game of StarCraft where a Terran player teleported battlecruisers on top of a tier 3 air army and then burrowed widow mines underneath it from the other side. I've never seen anybody try to do the RPG in a pro game. And then they nerfed it. They literally nerfed it too. That was the craziest thing. That's when they added that delay after the teleport. They added that big delay after the jump. They're like, well, we don't want people teleporting on top of Tempest to chase them down. That is the patch that I think turned it from being like crazy good to just being sort of good. But when the battlecruiser first got its ability to teleport, there was no cooldown going there or back. You just clicked on the map and your BC was there. Like, that was it. But now you got to take 3 seconds to get going. Then you got to take 4 seconds once you arrive. even though no pro player ever attempted to do any of my strats at any point ever, I like single-handedly got the battlecruiser nerfed that much because people just absolutely, I guess, hated seeing me have a good time. I don't know. I really couldn't tell you. Battlecruisers have never been meta at the pro level. Even the battlecruiser rush never turned into mass battlecruisers. But they nerfed the crap out of that.
Add-on complete.
I pissed off a lot of people, I guess. No, they nerfed the shit out of BCs. But yeah, it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy when they just teleported anywhere. That was amazing. Actually, back then, they didn't even shoot while moving, too. That's the nuts part. Like, out of all that crazy situations and scenarios I just discussed, they still didn't shoot while moving, even when I was beating the GSL players. Just being able to have the Widowmines burrow super fast and have the instant teleport on the battlecruisers, that was enough. That was enough for me to beat pro gamers. It was that good.
What's going on?
But yeah, how crazy is that?
You gonna give me orders? In the rear with me. Been with who wants some? I've been waiting on you.
What pro gamers did I beat? So I beat two guys that were in GSL while they were there. They were both Protoss players. I beat them on the Korean ladder the week they both played in GSL. Creator and Nightmare. Parting? No, I've never beaten Parting. No.
Complete.
Now there was like a map pool that was basically like the best we've ever had for like being just really defensive in general. Right? Turtley types of gameplay, I guess. Turtley types of builds. They had their own heyday.
Command center upgrade.
Let's see what you got.
Add-on complete.
Gotcha.
We should be able to start our battlecruisers in just a moment.
What's going on?
I've also, I mean, I've beaten some some of the mid-tier guys, I guess, here and there throughout the years. Probably another player I was really proud to beat was, there was a guy in WCS who was really good. Was one of the Korean players that came to live in America. Actually, Hydra actually did live in America, so shout out to him. But yeah, I beat Hydra once on ladder. I did a siege tank drop rush back when that was a build. I had really I've always had like insane micro with the individual units, but the problem with this game obviously is that for Terran the only good playstyle that's like good is just mass marines. So obviously if you don't want to play mass marines and make your wrists feel like they're being slowly peeled away from your body, and then you don't have too many options for high impact playstyles. So that's why I like the battlecruisers, because you can actually be in your opponent's face and they can't just click a giant massive banelings on you or something and boom, delete your whole army. They have to do something other than hope you're looking away from your screen for 2 seconds. I find that kind of gameplay dynamic and engaging.
It's a trap. Yo.
I'm coming. Mama, I'm coming home. Look at this. See, we got it.
Bad news?
All right. Meow.
Command center upgrade. Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead.
Oh, really?
Help here.
Ah! Oh!
Add-on complete.
Yeah, I wasn't really a part of the StarCraft scene when Idra was there. Idra was before my time. I didn't really start doing big events or anything like that until Heart of the Swarm, actually. The very first paid event that I got hired to commentate was the first... It was one of the first Heart of the Swarm dream hacks. I remember because my biggest event tournament that I ever did had, you know, Show ended up getting cheesed out by Stardust. Stardust just killed him with mass, Oracle rushed him. After he had that insane upset against Life, and then he got Oracle rushed and lost to Stardust in like 7 minutes of total game time. That was awful.
Go ahead. Big job.
Oh, one of them made it. They're expecting one of us in the wreckage. Idra autographed your Kindle? Well, you know what? Good for you.
Mineral field depleted.
Talk to me, boss.
Make sure you sell that before the rug pull. He's like, if I just keep my Ling at the outside of this little vision spot, that'll be enough, right? Nate, how do you not have blue flame though? That's really the biggest thing.
I'm going.
Wasn't Idra BM? You know, he never really did anything that bad though, right? He said some dumb shit, but then he kind of walked away and stopped saying dumb stuff. So it's like, did he ever like really go in on somebody? I think he probably was just another one of those things where it was like you have the dawn of internet fame more or less kind of affecting him. I think he probably wasn't. He probably just wasn't really ever made for the, you know, the stressful gotcha culture of social media, right? Everything on social media is just about gotchas. Like, nobody really cares what anybody has to say as long as you get your punchline in at the right time, you know? Since everybody's like a brain-rotted drone that thinks that reacting to somebody means that they baited you and you lose no matter what if you respond at all, so... Now that is the default culture for online communication, it's kind of impossible. It's kind of impossible to have a good faith discourse about that kind of stuff. But yeah, I just think he probably wasn't ready for that.
Upgrade complete.
Yeah, he talked a lot about balance, but I've never heard Idra actually really like go out of his way to say anything sincerely hateful towards anyone. He definitely said a lot of dumb stuff in the moment in his game chats, but do I take those to be like his serious personal feelings? No. Stressful situations bring out the worst in all of us. He probably just got a bunch of shit he's holding in nobody really knew about. It's probably the more likely explanation than anything. Bad people go out of their way to try to do bad things usually, you know, and he never did that, so.
Mineral field depleted.
It's kind of like that Nathanias guy, right? He got his head on straight one day. Thankfully, he never actually, like, went after anybody or did anything or called to action against anyone. Nor did I ever wish death or anything like that, so.
Base is mineral field depleted.
Eventually, the people that don't enjoy being angry catch on to stuff like that. Then your life gets a little easier.
Mineral field depleted.
I don't know how many swarm hosts he just lost, but it's possible he just lost a lot. It's possible he lost a lot. But yeah, you know, I used to say a bunch of dumb stuff on my stream all the time, but I've never gone out of my way to actually, like, go harass anyone. I've never done that. Most of us are just nerds that don't know how to handle our feelings. If playing a video game counts as harassment, then throw me in prison, bro. That's all I have to say. You know what I'm saying? You break me out? Thank you. Thank you. One day, man, that's the dystopia we're trying to avoid. They throw gamers in jail and no more gaming. You guys imagine that? That alternate reality video, they just ban gaming. They just ban it. It's just over. Oh. I think he left the game partially because I got his, well, I mean, your army was kind of unkillable, but I want to... How many units died from the Nidus? Oh, man. He was taking some bases. I got really lucky, too, because I was going to leave this game if he was Protoss or Terran. I was just going to dodge. So thankfully, we were able to get a scenario that we wanted, regardless. How many swarm hosts were in the Nidus when it died? That's what chat wants to know. Hang on, chat wants to order. How many swarm hosts does he have? He had 11. He had 11 swarm hosts, and then he comes up here. I get the worm. He lets 4 of them out. Oh, so he loses 7. He just lost 7 swarm hosts to the worm. That's it. And then what? Did he try to send these over? What happened here? What happened here? Oh, he just sent the Banes home. And he just gave up. Well, I mean, I did attack him, too. Obviously, he just didn't have anything. What was he making? Infestors? Yeah, it was too late. It was too late for everything. Beautiful. What a game. What a game. Fantastic. For a random player, it's like always really stressful because you never know what race they're going to have, right? So it's like, am I going to get proxy reapered? Am I going to get cannon rushed? Am I going to get 12 pooled? Or is it just going to be like a regular, is it just going to be a regular game, you know? All right, I'm just going to grab myself another water. Gonna finish this off, rehydrate, and we'll play. Got quite a bit more of the stream going. I started a little early today for a reason. This is what I wanted to do for you guys. So we've got at least probably like another 4 hours. I'm gonna try and get till 5 p.m. PST. We'll see. We'll see how the games go, though. I'm just gonna be right back real quick, okay? I love you. He said as he got his chair He got his headphone cable wrapped around his chair so that I could rip it off I could just pull my whole setup off the table like I did last time. I'm gonna try not to do that. Yo, what's up, guys? I'm back. Hi. I should probably close the door, though. All right, door is closed. Everything's okay. They updated the OBS beta. They updated the Twitch beta thing that they've been doing with OBS. They switched it now so that all people who stream on Twitch can do the beta, but now they're gonna make it so the people in the closed beta get to test some other stuff. So I didn't think it was gonna end up happening this soon, but it turns out that it is. But we might be able to do HEVC. We might be able to do HEVC here soon, which would be huge. That's just it's a video codec that's more modern. It's designed, it's more or less designed for mobile streaming. So it should make the stream look a lot better while using the same amount of data as it does right now, but it would basically be much more efficient in terms of quality. So that's something that gets me excited. I get jazzed up thinking about stuff like that. Being able to, they said possibly even enable, they're looking at getting Twitch possibly up to 1440p. So if I could do HEVC 1440p with like, I don't know, 12,000 kilobits, that'd be pretty incredible. That'd be pretty awesome.
It's your time. SCV ready.
Maybe goes somewhere, maybe doesn't. Not a huge deal either way.
What's going on? Big job. SCV ready.
Because right now, the only thing with the test that I'm doing is you guys are getting the streams. All of the streams are from me now. That's what we've been testing. I've been doing that now for about a month. But none of the stream qualities on Twitch are coming from Twitch anymore. They're all from me. So, and they should look a lot better. They should look much better than the default Twitch lower qualities. So.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, from above. Certainly.
Hi, yo, what's up, Licourt? How you doing? You enjoying yourself? A nice day here, my dude.
Gotcha. What's the word? SCV ready. The Grim Reaper has arrived. Oh, got something from me. In the rear, SCV ready. Agreed. I'm going. What? You want them? SCV ready. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Nothing I can't handle. This ought to be good. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. Go ahead. What's going on? SCV ready. Bad news.
I am not a regular viewer, but always happy to see you streaming. Thanks, man. It's been a great 13 years of streaming. It has been.
Ready for dust off.
Sometimes it feels like a dream, you know? It's been wild. It's always been awesome to be able to be a part of people's regular entertainment, though. It's a cool thought.
Add-on.
Am I still playing on Linux? Yeah, I'm playing on Linux right now. I'm using Lutris at the moment. I'm using Proton through Lutris.
Picking up or dropping off.
In the rear with the gear. SCV ready.
Where's Paul? I don't know. I remember he was really good at Hearthstone. I think he ended up kind of doing League of Legends coaching for a Korean team, didn't he? He ended up. He's done a couple different things. He's worn a few different hats.
Somebody, get me out of this mess.
All right then.
Bad news.
Yeah, we might just be dead after that.
SCV ready.
Research.
This better be good. By the numbers, boys. Ready to roll out. SCV ready.
Base is under
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he's up to. I feel like that was the last thing I heard though. So he was doing some League of Legends coaching for a Korean team. I think he was doing something with SKT1.
State your request.
I think Polt is one of the only Korean players that I haven't seen playing the other RTS games. But he typically was pretty quiet guy.
Center upgrade complete.
So it's also not entirely unreasonable that he's just
In the rear. Need something blown up.
fruit dealer. He expanded into the vegetable market. Oh, you were going for the double entendre there, huh? Weren't you? Weren't you? Can I tell you guys something that's not StarCraft related, but I want to just flex? Can I needlessly flex a little bit for a moment? Is that okay? My wife and I were playing a game of Fortnite the other day, and I tried to go in on these last guys on the map. I tried to go in on them, and I think I cracked maybe both of their shields, but I did that thing I do where I basically just kind of walk in, int, and feed, and then we lose. Except this time, right as I died, Katie pulled up, and guys, I couldn't believe my eyes. I mean, I knew she was amazing, but Katie clutched up big time on the 2v1, and I was real proud of her. That's all, you know. That was incredible. Yo, bro, do you think you could, like, not? Do you think at some point... Yeah, so anyway, my wife clutched up 2v1, okay? And we won. We won the game. So it was pretty awesome. She got a double kill. To win us the game. All right? It was us and, like, 70 other pairs of players, okay? It was cool. It was cool for us anyway. Yo, bro, do you think you could, like, not... Do you think at some point you could just like stop this W key build you're doing here? I mean, I'm just like, seriously, dog. Guys coming at me like rents do.
Bad news.
Mineral field depleted.
Sure thing. By the
Engineering panel. Scanning fast.
what's up?
Mineral field depleted.
Move it. What's going on?
Mineral field depleted.
Oh, he was ready for it, man. He was waiting. Sometimes it'd be like that, I guess, huh?
Engineering at your
What's going on?
This guy's a nut job. That's what he is.
This better be good.
ready for service.
Here it comes.
State your request.
I'm in deep.
Well, I don't think there's anything we can do, right? Let's go next. That guy just like rushed to the hardest possible counter he could have had. So I'm going to let him queue up. I'm going to let him queue up first and then I'll surge. I don't want to rematch him. Obviously, I can't build battlecruisers versus someone who does that. So we'll take a second. I'm getting ads. I'm getting pop-up notification ads about cheesy gordita crunches. I've never ordered one in my entire life. These guys need to learn to play. For real. Yeah, we'll just wait. He's gonna queue up or he's gonna log off. It'll take some time, but I'm in no rush. Here, I can tell you guys what's going on in our apartment building. Okay, you guys ready for this? Building C, this is from my landlord. Building C, garage. We were informed that the repairs to the interior ceiling of the garage will begin tomorrow. Insulation will be placed first thing tomorrow morning. I do not think you will need to move your vehicles for this. However, Thursday is when we have the drywall installation. I recommend moving all vehicles that are near this area to avoid your vehicles from getting dirty. Please let me know if you have any questions or concerns. That's tough, right? That's tough. And then here's the first comment from these. I'm just going to read you the comments from the other people that live here. The first question asks, move them where? There's nowhere actually else to park around here, so... somebody says, how long? Where do we park? Do we get reimbursed for our paid spots? That's a good one. That's a good one. And then the response to the questions, the landlord replies and says that it's only supposed to take a couple of hours. And then says, I'm not telling anybody they have to move their cars. I'm just recommending it. No, we will not be reimbursing for parking spots. Oof. Is this guy like do you guys think, am I getting sniped? Is that what this is? Is that why he's not in a game yet? Has he played any other games today? Oh no. Oh, he might be a fanboy, huh? His last game was 2 days. He hasn't played a 1v1. He hasn't played a 1v1 in 3 days. Yeah, I guess he probably did snipe us, huh? That's awkward. Okay, I'm gonna queue unranked then, because I think if we can just test it, right? And if he does, then I'll just leave against him. How cringe, bro? How cringe. Yeah, so that's how things are here. That's how things are here. Oh, these people are crazy, man. These people be absolutely wild, and you should be paying rent for how much you live in these fools' brains. Dude, the fact that there are people who will boot up accounts they haven't played on in days just to try and get me, like, that's crazy. It really is. I don't think it would be that easy to do if more people played StarCraft, but you know, I guess in 49 days I'm never gonna have to worry about that again. So get your rocks off while you can. Get your rocks off while you can, bro. Get yourself an epic gamer victory royale, a dub. I got you. We are searching for a game, though, so, I mean, we'll get one eventually. Oh, he logged off. There you go, guys. There you go. He hopped on for the first time in 3 days to play a 1v1 against me, and then I guess he'll probably play again in 3 days from today. We will wait with bated breath. I would always rather wait that 2 minutes for him to just go away than play him again. Because then I gotta waste at least like 5. Like, the thing is, the game will be at least 5 minutes probably, or at most 5 minutes. So it's very similar to just waiting anyway. Except, of course, the risk, if we give him one rematch, then he might wait for a second rematch, and then we waste way more than 3 minutes. He's in this chat right now. Yes, people. Hey, there are some people that just are they can't get enough of me. They love my body. They see this, you know, they want this. They see this unkempt, dry, overly dry hair with no product in it, and all that guy can think about, all that guy can fantasize about is just getting to beat me in a video game and then say to somebody else that he did it. It's incredible. People like him are why people like me are so excited for these other games coming out. It'll be really nice. It'll be really nice. He can go troll whoever's left streaming StarCraft. It's getting slim pickings though. I heard your British accent one time and they got hooked. Yeah.
Our SCVs are in
Oh, is this the tryhard Zerg? This is the, I think this is the barcode guy that Swarmhost rushed me yesterday. If he's gonna take my gas geyser and then cancel it like 500 times. That's what he did. That's what he did yesterday anyway. We'll just have to see. Oh, well, that's nice. That makes life a lot easier. But it's not every day you get to say you spanked the host of WCS, so... You know, some of these guys are also trying to do their final lap for the game, too, so I gotta respect them. If for all I know, that guy snipes Roddy every day, but he's never gotten me before, right? So if you think about it, he's got to get all of his Infinity Stones before a bunch of us are off. So, you know, everybody's getting their last-minute Christmas shopping done. It's probably I think the healthier perspective to take on it. Nobody wants to be the guy that didn't get the chance, didn't take advantage of the opportunity when they had it. I'll miss those people too, in a way.
Command center upgrade complete.
You have never once rickrolled someone? Yeah, rickrolling is pretty low level too. That's like, you know, like rickrolling as far as trolling goes is a fairly low stakes. It's like a low stakes troll. It's not as bad as like the maze with the witch that pops up halfway through. Like that's pretty bad. Or any of the other, you know, classic bait links anyway. You know, rickrolling always felt like a good honest gaff. Never went far enough to hurt anybody, and I think that was the beautiful thing about it. And then Rick Astley got so popular he was able to record another single. Incredible. Incredible. They gave the man the opportunity to do his own farewell single. He got so famous even though he was a one-hit wonder. Giga Chad. When the aliens get that disc made out of solid diamond with all the world's data on it that we shipped out, they're gonna see Rick Astley and be like, why was this guy such a big deal? And just none of them will really get it. They'll be like, yeah, he made a song. Yeah, it seems, yeah, he made a popular song. Yeah. And then on the internet, people would post a link to this song disguised as other things. And it's like, but that's it? Like that was the whole thing? It's like, yes. He was one of the most recognizable sounds and faces in the entire world.
Complete.
There are very few humans that do not recognize the visage of this Rick Astley music video. And you're like, what the hell? You would think this guy like cured or invented something, then at least they would see Gangnam Style and they'd be like, okay, well this one we get, but why the other?
Bad news. Big job, SCV ready.
World's a weird place. The beauty of the Rickroll is you can own it, start singing and dancing with it. The Rickroller is powerless to stop. That's true. That's true.
SCV ready. Ready to roll out.
There's charm, right? There's charm in the innocence of the Rickroll and the Rickrolly in a way.
SCV ready. Will do.
It's not as bad as that. What was the super toxic thing everybody used to do from 4chan, the game or whatever, the you lost the game thing? They're like, oh, but if you ever bring it up, you lose. And it's like, oh yes, you mean this thing that was designed for no reason other than to just grief anybody dumb enough to get caught in the feedback loop of saying it over and over again. It's like one of those boxes, but you have to step in it, you know. What you got? Give me your banelings, actually. I'll take those. Yeah. Why not just take his, break his legs if he's gonna let me.
Go ahead.
Mineral field completed.
Go ahead.
Yeah, Yordle, I ain't gonna read all that, but if it's good, I'm happy for you, and if it's bad, I'm sorry for you, bro.
Our SCVs are under attack.
What's going on? Go ahead. SCV ready.
The old tailor can't come to the phone right now.
Command center upgrade complete.
Let's get into the fight.
Upgrade
But I killed his lair. That was pretty huge.
depleted.
Felt pretty good about that.
Ready to raise some hell. Who called in the fleet? What's going on? I'm waiting on you. Big job.
Just trying to get everything set up.
SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Who's really ready to raise some hell?
Oh, he's just ready for that bass song. He's just ready for it.
is under attack.
Yes, Commander. Huh?
Upgrade complete.
What's going on? Who called in the fleet? Big job. Ah! You scared me. Who called in the fleet? Go ahead, be ready.
Command center upgrade.
Yeah, roast 'em and toast 'em.
Got any extra firepower?
Ho ho! Anyone want some barbecue?
Big job, huh?
Absolutely lovely. From downtown. Huh? Oh, Nate, you weren't focusing. I was looking too much at the health bars. When they're both the same color, it's tough. When there's two that get low. When there's two that get low, get low, get low, get low. And then my units get low. Only 1-1 on the ground. Am I not worth upgrades? Am I not worth it? Am I not worth the ground upgrades? Sometimes I don't think he cares about me at all. Cheeky devil, what can I say? So we had to do. That's what we had to do. We had to get it done. After getting cheesed we got cheesed for like a solid hour and a half block there, you know? Getting a couple games where I can out-muscle somebody, that's always nice. That's always nice. I'll take that. I will take that.
Huh? Ah! Go ahead.
Barcode Protoss. Oh, snap.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Yep. SCV ready. Huh? Big job. Go. Huh? Huh? SCV ready.
TVP is still like kind of crazy, but I like going for this gas first build. The double, either one, maybe two, I guess depending on what the Reaper sees, Cyclones. Maybe one, maybe two. But then you gotta go like Siege Tank, Raven, otherwise pretty much anything can kill you. And I don't even really, I'm not like even crazy about the tank part of it, but you need them. You need them.
Go ahead. What's SCV ready? Ah! Big job, huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. Huh? Big job, huh? Ah! You scared me.
Not seeing anything to worry about, so that's nice.
SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. What? You want something? Optics online. Let's go kill something. Certainly. Let's do this. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Alrighty then.
Get from above. On the way. Done. Nothing I can't handle. Let's go. Cyclone ready for action. SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
This better be good.
Now what?
What?
Life flight's here.
SCV ready.
Well, hallelujah.
Add-on.
Oh, is this the same guy? Is this the same barcode Protoss we already played today? I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna leave. He's one basing anyway. We don't get to build BCs against him. So what I'll do is we'll just dodge him. Is this the same guy though? Oh, he just went on a fat losing streak too. Looks like he's been leaving a lot. Yeah, he's just been instant leaving. He's been instant leaving until he got me. Well, he did queue up again immediately, so that's nice. You had another uneasy ladder session, but you managed to mass BC a Zerg. It made your day. Nice, nice. And did you make it your goal to kind of get to do that in the game rather than just win? Because I feel like that's a really important part. That's a really important part of that mindset correction and having fun and enjoying yourself. Is the strategy that you enjoy doing should be your goal. Like, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to play the game, and kind of do it that way. And I think that's the best way to take the stress and all the negative stuff off of it. We got a random player, so what I'm gonna do is, if they're a Zerg, we'll play it out. If they're a Protoss or a Terran, though, I'm gonna just GG. But I don't want to worry about if they're proxying me.
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready.
There's a lot of ways to win games, right? But if you have a particular way in mind, that particular way has to be your focus as much as winning is, right? You gotta be like, hey, here's what I want to have. I want to have 3 starports and at least 1 armory going. You know, I want to have that, right? That's something that I did, right? That's like one of the ways I focus on my builds. When people say, they're like, oh, how do you spend money? How do you spend resources? How do you just spend resources when you have a bunch of extra stuff? And there's people will often reply with the counter. People will say, well, you don't want to just throw down a bunch of production, because even though you think you have that money to spend long term, you don't have enough income to sustain that kind of infrastructure. And this is a pretty common conversation that pops up when you're learning StarCraft. Oh yeah, he's Protoss, so let's just go next. This is a pretty common question that pops up when you're learning StarCraft, and I'll dodge him too. But more or less, yeah. But more or less, it's like, you know, if you get too focused, on it. It's like when you understand what your ideal game state is, when you're playing for a game state rather than just the outcome of the game, because you can't control the outcome of the game every time. That's not possible. But you do have a pretty good amount of control over like what you can do on certain maps and with your units and with your builds and your control and your micro, etc. Like you still have a lot of different ways to exercise your agency, but you're mathematically going to be forced to lose half your games no matter what you do. So you're not going to play your best unless you're in the best possible conditions to succeed, which means you also have to be enjoying yourself, right? So putting yourself into a situation where you get crazy stressed out to the point of not being able to focus, that practice becomes useless, right? Because you're more or less like, you're just like practicing being anxious, really. You're just kind of like exposing yourself to huge amounts of stress and just trying to ignore it. But you have to, you know, that's what addressing the underlying cause is all about. That's what setting those expectations and having those goals is all about. Because then that question comes up. Someone says, well, you have all these minerals, you have all these gas, how do you spend it? Well, I'll tell you what, I think about, well, hey, what is my ideal game state? I'm not thinking about winning the game. I'm thinking about a place in the game that I want to get to where I will be able to win on my terms, or I'll be able to win it all, right? And that might be different for different people. You might not strategically limit yourself as much as somebody like me does. And I would certainly say that if you're trying to be good, you should do everything. You should play full range builds. If you want to actually be the best, you should cheese, you should macro, you should know how to turtle, you should know how to play base trade situations. That's the hardest thing to do, is to know how to do all of the stuff. But if you want to actually be good and be a competitor, be a champion, that's what you do. So people will come up with all sorts of reasons and excuses for why they don't think that that's the way, but you'll notice it's something that all those players have in common, right? They bust out the cheddar when they need to. They're able to hold it. You see them get into these crazy situations, and you're like, wow, this is one of the best games I've ever watched with these pros. And part of the reason for that is because they are trying to be full-rounded players that have practice in those situations. They don't just play to win. They don't just play every game with the focus of winning, because that's not very helpful. Because if you go up against somebody who knows how to defend the one way you know how to play, or if somebody's better than you, then you always lose. So you want to be able to have strategical ways to claw back an advantage. I love all of that stuff. So it's like, yeah, do I have my 5 starports? No. All right, I'm going to add starports. Do I have my 2 armories? No, I'm going to add armories. Do I have like this, that, or the other thing? But if I have extra resources that I'm floating, and I'm in a position where I just need to slam stuff down, it's, you know, the first thought in my mind has to be, where do I want to be? What do I need to get there? If I don't have my armories, it's my armories. If I don't have my starports, it's my starports. If I only have 2 starports, then I go up to 3. And if I have 3, then I go up to 5. And if I have 5, then, I mean, going up to 7 starports is kind of crazy. 7 starport BC is very expensive. There's almost no reason to even do it unless you have already mined out the entire map, because just the resource investment and the resource commitment becomes ridiculous too. Like, you're gonna mine the map out to the point where you can't consistently build out a 7 starport BC. But you could be in a Terran versus Terran where you're gonna teleport into his base and you want to remake 7 at once because you know you're gonna lose a lot of supply very quickly. And in that situation, then yeah, by all means, actually makes a lot of sense. At that point, I think you've made a really good case. At that point, I think you've made a great case.
Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready. What's
You ain't no Cyril.
SCV ready.
Yeah, and I'm not CJ Entis hero, but a man can dream, right?
SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. What's going on? Brand new. Yeah. Big job. What's going? Bad news. Yo. In the rear with the gear.
Command center upgrade complete.
Let's see if there's anything out there.
You're the Reaper Man.
Been a pretty good amount. Been a pretty good amount of aggressive builds from the Protoss today, so. Yeah, that has proxy written all over it, right?
Add-on complete.
What's going on? In the rear. SCV ready. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Perfect.
SCV ready.
Yeah, I figured he proxied me. I figured he proxied me here.
Go ahead. SCV ready.
Sometimes it'd be like that. You want to donate more?
You gonna give me orders? What's going SCV ready. Big job, huh? SCV ready. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. I'm on it. Fueled up, ready to go. SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Huh? Roger. Go ahead.
Research complete.
All right. Hello?
Crazy, man. Crazy.
SCV ready.
Yeah, I think we're pretty limited by this supply block, so I'll just do a little drop there. See what else he's got over this way. He's testing the ramp. He's testing the ramp over here, I guess, huh? What's the energy we're getting?
What's going on? This better be good. SCV ready.
State your request.
Oh yeah.
Look at this like contained stuff he's going for. Look at the number of pylons and stuff he's just putting outside my base. He's crazy. This guy is absolute maniac.
Bandit. SCV ready.
Scanning battle. State your request.
Can't wait. That's fine. SCV ready. Ah! In the rear with the ear. Up, ready to go. Go ahead. What's going on? SCV. Gateway coming through. Looking forward to it. SCV ready.
Okay, I think he just wants the game to be over. Let's go next. We'll let him queue up, He was playing unranked, so maybe it's sus. Yeah, his first game in 13 hours, and it's also unranked. So I feel like this is a pretty good indicator that he might be trying to harass us. So I'm just going to give him a minute or two to queue up, and he'll just prove us wrong. We'll look like silly billies, and we can all move on with our day. But yeah, that's the first and only game he's played today, and it was unranked. So I'm going to wait for him to log off or queue up. If you guys get bored, just let me know, and I'll queue unranked. But I would like to play ranked games on my stream. So I'd rather wait 2 or 3 minutes for this guy to get bored than play him 5 times in a row and do nothing for an hour. Cosmic Crisp has officially taken over the #1 spot in the Apple world. Hell yeah, there you go. That does not surprise me to hear that. That does not surprise me at all. Yeah, he's in a game, so we can queue, so we're good. Do I like Stormgate or Zero Space more? I don't really think they're that comparable enough, really. I don't find them super comparable. You're like probably hoping for me to say something definitive, right? And I'm not really interested in putting 2 beta products or early access things like that, you know what I mean? They're both very far from being finished. They're both very, very early in development. That's more or less how I feel about those games. Yeah, Zero Space, I think Zero Space is coming out next year, so it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, right? We're gonna be playing Stormgate full time in 49 days. But Zero Space isn't even gonna be, we won't even be able to play it or stream it until like probably next year. So I'm excited for Zero Space, but I also don't really care anymore because it's gonna, you know, I'm gonna have a pretty good idea of how things are gonna shake out. Most of my timelines are centered around the end of 2024. So we'll see how the Stormgate stuff does. And if that doesn't do super well, then honestly, I'm probably doing something other than streaming. So I'm not gonna like try to play a million different games and like try and figure something out, you know, that's not a part of my plan. It's good to see you though, Verm. Hope you're doing well. Variety streamer, yeah, I tried that already. Yeah. Don't think I'm cut out. Don't think I'm cut out for that.
Command center.
I love doing this stuff. It's like probably up there in terms of biggest accomplishments of my life, you know? It's one of them. It's a pretty huge deal. I got to be a part of such a cool new industry and be one of the first people to do this full time. If I could have done it off of StarCraft forever, it wouldn't even, you know, we wouldn't have conversations like this, but it's just life, man. So no, I'm super excited about Stormgate. I'm hitching my wagon completely there. I'm going boom or bust.
Systems go. Cyclone. All right. SCV ready. Yeah. Go ahead.
Add-on complete.
You got coordinates? SCV ready. What's going on? It's online. Let's go kill some.
Yeah, I guess the other way to say it is if Stormgate's a complete bust, I'm probably not. I probably don't make it to zero space release.
Ready for nuff.
SCV ready.
Where's the emergency?
Bad news? Huh?
Ready.
Ah, you hear me? SCV ready.
Add-on.
Gangway coming through. Go ahead.
Now what?
SCV ready.
Will do. Life flight's here. Heading out. Lock off. Waiting on you.
SCV ready.
Loud and clear. Where's the emergency? Life flight's here.
SCV ready. Where's the crew? What's going? Big job, huh? Yeah.
Yeah, I hope you've been good, Vern. It's nice to see you. Thanks for the sub. You might have missed it, but we got the release date. We got the date. We got a date finally.
Command center upgrade complete.
No, that's been like one of the biggest things I've been counting on these last 2 years, man. I've been like a horse chasing a carrot on a stick. I thought that game was gonna be out last year. I thought it was gonna be out a little bit earlier this year, you know? Everybody's had to be so flexible with stuff, but yeah. It's been agonizing.
SCV ready.
But yeah, we have a date for Stormgate now, so.
Now,
SCV ready. We hear you. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
But as one of the play testers, I'm going to be able to play it on July 30th. So July 30th is going to be when we start that. So that'll be awesome. Yeah, they revealed the third race and announced the early access date. Yeah, so it's August 13th. August 13th, the game goes free to play. If you pay in advance for the game, even though it's free to play, they have a couple of like options you can use to basically support them. If you pay for that, then you can play 2 weeks early. Is basically the gist of it. So it's completely free to everybody on August 13th. If you're in any way a supporter of it, July 30th. Yeah, the third race, it's they're called Celestials. They are it's a very different type of design than what people are used to from StarCraft 2. So imagine that, like, in order to build stuff, your main base is like a giant power field that flies around, and yeah, I'm not the expert. I'm not the expert on the Celestial guys, but they're a whole different brand. They're a whole different brand. Chattahoochee. It's something that's definitely never been done in StarCraft before. For all the people that thought Stormgate was trying to copy StarCraft word for word too much, these Celestials are going to be that thing that everybody and all the StarCraft homers are like, I hate this because of how different it is. I like to describe it as akin to playing a jungler in like a MOBA. You're just constantly you're just constantly out on the map. You don't have this main base that you just turtle in and whatever. It's Yeah. I think some people that have been streaming it and stuff, they've let people talk about it more and whatnot. So it's very, very cool. It's very, very different. It's very, very crazy. It's probably the biggest risk they're taking, I think, with their design so far. I think the Infernals and Vanguard are both, I think those have all been pretty well received. I think people like a lot of what they've seen from those, so.
Mineral field depleted.
Go ahead. Bad news.
Yeah, they got some like biblically accurate angel kind of things going on with the celestial design on some of them. People are like, why the hard shapes and angles? And I'm like, I mean, I think there's like, that's kind of where it was coming from a little bit. Yeah, tragically not anime cat girls. Who would have thought? Who would have thought?
Stage and ready. Ready.
Mineral field base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
In the rear with the gear. Go ahead. Bad news.
Ready for service.
Sure, we'll get cat girl skins at some point. Oh, there you go. There you go.
What's going on?
State your request.
All right, if he goes for both of the streamer bases, I'm also gonna GG. That's the plan. So I'm gonna use the streamer base as my canary in the coal mine. Well, take what you can get, right?
What's going on?
Whew.
Ready for service.
Crazy game.
Command center upgrade complete.
Something smells so good in the other room. You going for my streamer base, bro? You going for my streamer base you don't have any vision of, huh? Huh? He's trying to out himself. When they click straight on the streamer base, you hate to see it.
Command center up. Mineral field depleted.
Yep.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready. Take it slow.
Upgrade complete.
Big job. SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
It's better to delay a BC and get my upgrades on time.
Is under attack.
Oh yeah, right for the other one too, huh? Well, I'm just gonna leave. Yeah, if he's cheating, then there's no reason to play, right? Let's just go next. I'm gonna dodge that guy, obviously. As soon as he's in a game or he logs off, we'll search for a match. And if he doesn't queue for a game by 2:15, I'll just queue unranked. That way we don't spend too much time. I'll give him 5 minutes though. Taking out Lou, and he saw that one girl, Golden, Phoenix, and they both did a weird noise at each other. Aw. Lewis is flirting. That's cute. Lewis flirting with the other. There's a couple of other Goldens at our complex. There was somebody down the hall from us. Somebody down the hall from us got a golden retriever puppy. And we run into them constantly going in and out for walks and stuff. Especially since they're little guys, obviously. All right, he's in a game. Especially since they're little guys, obviously, you know, he's a little tiny pooch, so obviously he's got to go to the bathroom a lot. So we're just constantly running into them, going up and down the stairs, and I'm like, "Aw." But him and Lou are like, they're just like, I don't know anything about the little golden puppy. I don't know if boy, girl name. It's just like, you know, you just kind of see the little tiny guy from a distance and you're like, oh, it's so adorable. It's a little floof. I'm in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah. Great Washington State. The land of just lots of forests, just a lot of trees and water and not much else. Tis a vast, expansive wilderness. Expansive and expensive wilderness.
SCV ready. Hear me. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. What's going? SCV ready.
Well, I went to Penn State, but I guess from has a different answer depending on what you mean by from. Like, where was I born? I was born in New York. I'm from New York City. My family's from Europe. Like, my dad's not from America. My dad's not American. I mean, I guess he's an American citizen now, but, you know, yeah. And I've lived in a lot of different places, but yeah, I'm up in that, like, northwest area in between, Everett and, like, Vancouver, Bellingham. It's a nice little stretch.
Big job. SCV ready. In the rear with me. SCV ready.
Yeah, it's been nice. It's been nice. It's one of the nicest places I think I've lived. Air quality is great. The water here is great.
Yes, sir.
Guys got so many different kinds of apples.
What's going on? Huh? Yeah.
They got these San Juan seltzers that are also apple flavored and just amazing. Shout out to the San Juan Islands. Harvesting those hard water seltzer, those hard seltzer water geysers. You laugh, but a hard seltzer geyser blasts you directly in the face. You may not survive.
SCV ready.
All right? Water pressure is a real thing. Water pressure is real. It's real. It's an actual thing. It's a phenomenon that is real.
SCV ready. Bad news.
But yeah, no, I went to Penn State for like 2 years, 2 years-ish.
I'm listening. Gun, lit. SCV ready. In the rear with the gear. Huh? God, SCV ready. Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. What? SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Go ahead. What's up? SCV ready. Ah! What's going on? Big job, huh? I'm listening.
He's turtled up nice and tight, huh?
Go ahead. SCV ready. What's it worth? Who wants
Ready for dust off.
optics online? Let's go kill something.
Taking effort, dropping off.
Huh? That? Huh? Yeah. In the rear with the gear. What's it worth? Yeah. SCV ready.
Now what? On my way.
Add-on complete.
Boy. SCV ready.
All right, so he's just going into Phoenix, is what it looks like.
Bad news. SCV ready.
How would you know you haven't scouted anything? My Reaper went to the front of his base and I saw that he had an Adept and a Stalker chilling on top of the ramp. So that's how I scouted. If you guys ever need clarification, I got you. I got you. My Reaper went up the ramp and I saw that he had all of his units chilling at home. And that's when I said he's kind of playing a little turtly. So if you have more questions, feel free to ask. But I got you. I got you. If there's any other part of what just happened that you don't understand, I'm more than happy to elaborate for you, okay? Don't worry about it. I got you. And now we know why he was being turtly. It's because he went Stargate opener. He doesn't have a fast blink. He's putting his resources into these Phoenix, right? So now we know. We actually know exactly why he was being so turtly. It's no longer even a question. It's no longer even a question if you think about it. Kind of beautiful. Kind of beautiful. Now we just start getting our upgrades, prepare to transition into our end game. That's all.
Research complete.
This better be good. Sure.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's been really nice up here.
SCV ready. Gotcha.
Base is under attack.
Yep.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Well, hey man, I can't stop you. We've already determined that. So now that you've made it clear there's nothing I can do, I've learned to simply endure it. Keep going though. You're almost there.
State your request.
You're getting close. You're getting close, bro. Oh, was this his grand plan the whole time?
Command center upgrade complete.
Damn, look at that. He's got the full follow-up ready to go. All right, let's GG. Don't think there was anything we could have done there. we'll let him queue up since obviously his build just kind of blind countered ours. So I'm just gonna let him search for a game, and then we'll search for one once he's in. Definitely not a rematch that I'm interested in though. Might grab myself a snack while we wait for this guy to get a game. I'll just give him a minute. All right. We got the, I have the stream open on Katie's computer in the other room, so I was just checking in between bites until he queued. So I'm back. Good to see you guys. I grabbed a couple Cheez-Its. Some people, man, some people just take a long time to get into another game. We also got some spicy salsa. I got some very spicy salsa, so I dipped a few. Dipped a couple tortilla chips. I know. Nathan's a little crazy. Nathan's a little unhinged. It is a barcode Terran. So yeah, let's keep the expectations really low. Let's keep them really low here. We'll see if there's a proxy. Yeah, I was gonna say expect the worst, right? He'll probably proxy me, but not in the place that I scout, and then I'll kind of find it just late enough, or it'll be like some really uninteresting build like Proxy Marauder. Look at me willing all these bad things into the universe, right?
Bad news. In the rear with the gear.
Then again, it's hard to have a positive takeaway when you're talking about barcode players too, so. If only life weren't so hard. I think these are the common spots, right? If we were getting proxy reapered, it probably would have been in one of those zones. So can take some mild comfort in that, perhaps.
I'm going. The Grim Reaper has arrived. On the way, nothing I can't handle.
Command center upgrade complete.
What? You want the... SCV ready. Certainly. What's it worth? The Grim
All right.
has arrived. SCV ready.
Oh, he's playing it safe.
Got something for Big. Ah! You scared me! What's going on? Bad news? SCV ready.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. Nothing.
SCV ready. Huh? We'll butter 'em up in the rear with the gear. Yeah,
Add-on complete.
go ahead. What's going? Huh? In the rear. Ah! Bad news?
Optics online. Let's go kill something.
Captain, what's it worth?
You got coordinates or what?
SCV ready.
Ready for dust off.
Channel's clear, Bob. Console.
Now,
Add-on complete.
SCV ready. Big job. What's going on? Fear the Reaper's been waiting on you. I'm listening.
picking up or drop. Light flight's here. Ready for pickup? Talk to me.
SCV ready.
Our space is under attack.
Armed and ready.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, I lost to the barcode. Oh no. All right, we'll dodge him and then we'll queue up again. Eventually, if we do this, we at the very least filter through these guys. Like, look, that's his first game in 11 hours, right? He hasn't played a 1v1 in 13 hours. And then what do we do, right? We dodge somebody else, boom, he's there. So sometimes they kind of line up. They like get in line and wait for me. They go one at a time. I can't explain it. Again, I have like worshipers, I guess, or whatever. But eventually this guy will also log off or queue for another game, and then we'll be able to search for a match. And that's what I'm gonna do. There's really nothing else I can do to get around these people, unfortunately. So we just kind of have to deal with it, let them do their thing, and eventually they'll get bored. But yeah, as soon as he's in a game or offline, we'll search for another match. Thanks for hanging out, guys. The amount of people with brain worms. And imagine, like, for that guy, his whole entertainment is watching the stream, and he's like, I'm like wasting his time. He's not playing the game, and I'm just sitting here like, At least I have a non-cringe excuse to take a break, you know? The guy's giving me a breather. What good could possibly come from playing him again anyway? Was going to walk Lou on our usual path, and then someone posted there was a coyote in the field. We did a U-turn super quick like. Dude, that's scary. I'm gonna have to take my K-bar out on walks now. That's not fun. That's crazy. All right, he's in a game, finally. Took him long enough. Lou did great on our walk, though. Nice. That makes me happy. Yeah, we're searching for a game. I'll let you guys know when we get one. That storm count encounter is getting sexier and sexier by the day. Mm-hmm. I'm going to be keeping track of it every day, baby. I'm going to be keeping track of it every day. For better or worse, that's where this ship is headed. We are going full speed.
In the rear with the gear. What's bad news? SCV ready. Huh? Woo-hoo! Overtime. What's going on? Huh? SCV ready. Huh? In the rear. Huh? What's going on? Go ahead. What's going on? SCV ready. Bad news, huh? Go ahead.
Oh yeah, sometimes Lou will just jump really high into the air. That's true. Or he'll try to pull into the road for no reason.
What's going on? SCV ready. You scared me. Big job, huh? Will do.
At the end of the stream, you need Morgana to insist you get some sleep. I get up so early. We get up so early now. I did feel like I started my stream a little bit earlier today. I did try to go out of my way to do that.
Go ahead.
We've been adjusting to this whole new schedule thing, so it's been exciting.
SCV ready. Sure thing. Move it. Go ahead.
I'm gonna get under my new morning routine. I'm gonna get my whole new morning routine going when I get back from Vegas. I think that's the plan.
Let's go. Huh? Go, go, go.
I'm excited, but also I'm like, being out of the house for 2 days is still gonna be that's still a whole right. It's still gonna be a whole thing. So
Command center upgrade.
being away from my dog, being away from my wife, as excited as I am to go see some friends and hang out and talk about video games and have a good time, I'm also like, ha.
SCV ready. Been waiting. Bad news.
Telling me I have to spend 2 whole entire days without Katie. It's like the worst thing imaginable.
You want a piece of me, boy? You scared me. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna tell Fear Dragon he can expense it off of his billionaire account and get me a giant strawberry daiquiri, and just let him record all my drunken stupor. All right, and then that's how I'll get through. I'll get through the weekend. Just need a tall, icy pink drink. Maybe it's on fire. Maybe it's not. I don't know.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Oh, snap. What do you guys think? I don't think we're going to be able to build battlecruisers this game, so I'm just going to leave. We'll make sure this guy's playing games. Yeah, he's played a couple games in the last hour. He should queue up again pretty soon then. As soon as he's in a game, we'll search, because obviously that's going to be it. If I play him again, he's just going to cheese again, right? So it's not really any point in having a rematch. Oh, he pays for our drinks for everybody for an hour. That's nice of him. He spoils the gang, spoils the squad. That's cool of him, though. Just waiting for this guy to get into a game. As soon as he's in one, we'll queue. All good vibes. Love you guys. All right, I'll queue unranked, and we'll just see if we get him. If I get him again in unranked, then I can just leave without losing any MMR. So it looks like we got a game. So it's not against him. What do we got? TVT? Nah, I'm just dodge this one. I want to play a ranked game, but if I get a Zerg in unranked, I'll play it out. I did not watch the Arcane teaser. No, I did not. Here, I can see. We'll wait for it. When this guy goes busy. Oh, okay. He gave up. He gave up. The gooey guy gave up. Fantastic. I was going to say, we don't want to play this guy either, so I'll wait for him too. I wish there were more people who played StarCraft, but these are like the only other 2 people on, so I have to wait for them to get in games if I don't want to rematch them. Awesome. He's in a game. The other guy logged off. We should be good. We should be good. Yeah, Kate, we finished up 20% today. They completed their offering, and our favorite company now has about $4 billion in cash. Not bad. Not bad. You know, did you know that Ubisoft, did you know Ubisoft is a publicly traded stock? And that Ubisoft as a company, its entire market capitalization is worth about $3 billion. I can't wait. I can't wait for them to just buy some big ass game studio. They could be profitable just shutting down the Ubisoft launcher and just moving all the games to Steam. And then just do what Konami does and just let other companies remake Assassin's Creed games. And make print money forever. Yeah, Konami figured it out first. Konami doesn't even make their own stuff and they don't have to. It's so bizarre. It's like they're a holding company of their own stuff. They just realized, they're like, well, if we don't get Kojima back, we can't make new stuff, so let's just now use our brands and just remake and re-release everything and then just polish that, because that's what people will buy. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong at all. I mean, I guess Capcom did it first with the remakes, but Capcom set the precedent with the Resident Evil 2. That was one of the first big remakes anyway. Obviously, Final Fantasy came shortly after, right? When did... Or was it maybe it was around the same time. I know my timeline for the Final Fantasy VII remake is skewed because as I recall, those games, they only released on PlayStation first, right? Oh yeah, because I haven't played the new one. I still haven't played the new one because it's not out on PC yet. So... Which is great, because I still haven't actually... I have to play through it on PC. My completed save game is on my PS4, which I don't use anymore. I think I sold it, so...
Command center upgrade.
I do want to finish Final Fantasy VII on my computer, but... It's a game that requires a lot of time. Yeah, I'll put it in there. Put it up there with Persona and the Toy Story game. Assassin's Creed Ezio bonus. You have to choose which Bale of Hay to jump into for a bonus. Exactly. You have used the Eagle Dive 2 times today already. Please purchase more Eagle Dive points before you can Eagle Dive again. Drink verification can to continue. Hold your controller microphone up to your mouth and repeat after me. I love Mountain Dew.
Well, Butter, what's going on? SCV ready. Nothing I can't handle.
All right, we're almost finished setting up your new Xbox device.
Add-on complete.
Now, if you could please drink the entire can in front of the camera, we'll be ready to set you up and get you going.
Ready for dust off.
You hear there's no save transfer for the second game, but you hope that's wrong. Yeah, I'm gonna go with a I guess I wouldn't be surprised, huh? Japanese game developers do weird stuff sometimes. That's really all there is to say. That actually wouldn't surprise me for some reason.
Complete.
Waiting on you. Life flight's here. Heading out. Taking out, dropping off. On my way. Loud and clear. Inbound.
We could use some help here. SCV ready.
Are they planning on making a fourth faction? You know, I don't work for Frost Giant. I don't know. I don't think so. If you ask me, I think it would be really dumb of them. Like, I think it would be one of the worst possible things they could do would be to try to do a fourth faction right now. So, those are my thoughts anyway. Those are my thoughts. I think that would be pretty dumb of them. They should probably focus on finishing the game that they already have instead of building a fourth one. Doesn't really make any sense to me. Yeah, I think it would be bad because they already have a bunch of like stuff that they're trying to do, you know? Like the game is just not really ready yet, right? It's not done. So they're going to spend a lot of early access, I think, polishing the design and the graphics and stuff. Like the biggest complaints that people have about the game aren't really related to the number of races in the game. Do you know what I mean? So if you think about it, like having a fourth faction or not doesn't really seem like a make or break for anybody, because when you look at the things that people are complaining about, when you look at the things people are talking about, it's almost nothing to do with gameplay. Most people that have played or watched Stormgate actually kind of agree that it has a lot of gameplay elements that are familiar to like SC2 players and Warcraft players. Nobody really denies that part of it. Most of the complaints about Stormgate are just people being like, well, the graphics aren't very far along, which, I mean, obviously, you know, that's usually the last thing that gets finished, and this is an early access game, so. I'm one of those psychopaths who backed Minecraft when I was in high school, so for me, like, kickstarting games is just something I've done several times. So, for some people, maybe who are a little older, who've never, like, financially backed a game before, it's, like, really scary. So I think you've got a lot of people from the StarCraft space who are like that, and they're mostly just worried about if the game's going to get finished at all because they're just like scared. But it's actually really, really common for popular games to be almost entirely community funded or even built in some degrees. Look at that though. Look at that dive. How long do you think he was waiting out there for that? Isn't that wild? Ain't it something? Ain't it something? I just wanna feel this moment, maybe this. Yeah. It's a tough spot to be in. I'm trying to think of a happy song to bring me back to a centered place. So like, I think that it's possible there would be a fourth race though? Like if you're asking me my opinion, do I think that it's in the cards? Maybe even like, is it even remotely within the cards? I don't see why not. It's a free to play live service game. It's a free to play live service game. One of the reasons why they had such a hard time getting all the cool stuff in SC2 was because the executive team would be like, guys, this is a box title. People go to the store, they buy this game, and then that's the game. This isn't something that we ship with a promise to maintain it forever. That's literally like, it's a hard thing to explain. But internally, when it comes to their corporate BS, the fact that it was a box title and not a live service game, and trying to shift that, again, is one of the things that got Mike Morhaime ousted from the company. But
Mineral field depleted.
yeah, because he vouched big time for the StarCraft stuff, which none of them wanted, so.
In the rear with the gear. Go ahead.
But the distinction between a living product and something that's just meant to be shipped and sold is a huge difference. There's no reason at all. Like, there's a better way to look at this, and it's not will they ever make a 5th race, but ask yourself this: do they have anything they could possibly gain from ruling it out? Right? Like, at the very minimum, people are asking the question, which means that there's some interest. So what would be the point in turning all those people into insta-jaded fans? Like, even in the worst case scenario, they would probably still want to lead you on a little bit that they might do it, because that's what would keep your interest if it's something you want. Do you know what I mean? Now, obviously, that's the worst case scenario. The best case scenario is that a lot of people feel this way, and that, you know, when they've got the graphics and all the voice lines and the campaigns done for Infernal and Vanguard and for Celestials, when they feel like the existing base of the game that they're trying to build, when they feel like they've achieved that vision, I think that's when you'll see the potential bandwidth open up for them to be able to do that stuff. Because I do think it's a huge deal. I do think, and I agree and believe, people want it. Well, he had nothing over there too. Just horrible timing, right? He didn't have anything there to see that, so wild times.
Complete.
So, I mean, there's just no logical reason for them to rule it out, even if they secretly have no intention. There's just no reason for them to rule it out. And I'm sure that because they want the game to be successful long term, that again, if it's something that the fans ask for, if it's something that people demand on any level, I think we'll get it. I think we'll get it on a long enough time frame. Most of what I have to say about people's concerns as it pertains to like Stormgate and stuff is let them cook. Yeah, he doesn't have any units there. He doesn't have anything there watching it. So he just kind of blindly clicked his whole army to this spot. He just blindly clicked his whole army to this spot when I expanded there. That's what happened. He doesn't have anything else. It seemed like he just waited for the planetary to finish. That's basically it.
Our SCV's base is under attack. Command center upgrade complete.
Well, this is really tough, right? Because he doesn't have units on the map, but he is just kind of reacting to my input. So I don't really know what to do here. I need another base, but he's going to be right on top of it with everything the moment I go for it. So I kind of need to inch a lot of my stuff out. But since he doesn't seem to need map vision to inform his decision-making process, it's just hard for me to see a way forward. Yeah, I think we're just dead. This might be it. Close, anyway.
Complete.
I'm going.
But I can't win this game with just 3 bases, you know? I need more. And even though he doesn't have anything on that left base, and he hasn't at any point in this game, I guarantee you, he might wait. He might do the troll thing and just wait for me to like click or do something. I guarantee you he's going to kill that the moment I spawn anything there. Like he's probably just waiting. I feel like he's just staring at it. Just being like, yeah, try and do anything with that base, biatch. He's tempting me. He's teasing me. There it is. Of course. I mean, we knew, right? We knew. So, you know, these are the people that we get matched up against. I don't know of any way to avoid them, but I got a lot of these kinds of creeps. I got a lot of these creeps that just, yeah, they stalk me. It's super weird, bro. 49 days. I just gotta survive till Stormgate, and then I never have to spend a day doing this again. Trying to justify to strangers on the internet why my opponents all play like they don't have any fog of war enabled, even though no one knows what that means. It's tough. Let's go next, I guess. There was nothing we could have done there. He was also playing unranked, so that makes a lot of sense. Is that his only game today? No, okay, he's played a couple. Well, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna wait for him to queue up for a match, and then as soon as he's in a game, or if he logs off, I'll search for a game after that. But obviously, I don't want to rematch somebody who's just gonna blind counter my build and then click on my stuff through Fog of War that he has no vision of, because that's just, yeah. I want to play on an even playing field with my opponents. So, how are you gonna avoid getting a tan? Well, technically, I don't know if you're aware of this, but summer ends, technically speaking, it's September 20th / September 21st. So if you have the early access for Stormgate, then you'll have it on July 30th. So that's if you've supported or backed the game at all, you'll have it on the 30th. So at that point, you would have it for almost 2 months before summer is over. If you wait for it to go completely free to play and you don't back it or support it at all, then you get it on August 13th. So that would give you about a month and a week to get to September 21st. So I think at a bare minimum, you get it for a full month of summer. And if you've backed the game or supported it again, then you get, obviously you get a little bit more time than that. So stuff like that is really cool, in my opinion. Hey, Ditam. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah. Our favorite dying company has $4 billion in cash now. I was just telling chat that Ubisoft's market cap is $3 billion. I was saying that's a prime target right there. Did you know Corsair's market cap is only like 1.1 billion? You know Corsair's worth 1.1 billion? Imagine if they bought them. Just fire the executive team, keep the product team and the social media team. You imagine that? You imagine if GameStop bought Corsair and just let the product team go wild, just do their thing, keep things within reason expenditure wise. Don't waste money on a bunch of people there that don't do anything. Be great. What's the largest? There are some mega cap. There's a couple of mega cap game stocks. I'm waiting for this guy who's watching the stream to give up or log off, so I'll search for you. Let's see. There's a couple very big though. There's a couple. Yeah, the price floor. Well, now if the entire as of the offering today, I think the minimum just if the cash was distributed over the shares that exist, I think everybody would get $10 at minimum. So we're trading at what, 2 times their cash basically, or 3 times as of the bump today. So A lot of companies trade at much higher multiples of their cash, but I think they're looking for growth and revenue, right? So we just got to buy somebody. They just got to buy somebody that can give revenue. I think getting a game studio. There are so many game studios. 3,000 times cash, that's fine. Yeah, there's not a lot of companies with their books. There's not a lot of companies with their books as stable. People, again, it's mostly like a lot of media assassination stuff. But GameStop has like $4 billion of cash and no debt. So watching all these people try to go on TV and talk about how it's like a criminal that a guy has a beer on a live stream talking about a company is like it's fascinating. It's fascinating. Well, they said they're going to become a holding company. Yeah, I think they've made that intent clear enough. I think they've made their intent clear enough with that. I think it would be really nice if they had anything for the annual meeting, but that's on Thursday. If they still have absolutely no possible targets or anything going on, I trust the team and I trust Ryan, but also like it's not like we're also at a time where a lot of like another really important macroeconomic factor is that the valuations for everything have been really tough, even though like Nvidia and Coca-Cola and whatever all the ones the politicians need, those stocks have all gone up a lot this year. Like pretty much everything that's not in that mega cap upper area, there's been very little gains in small mid caps in the last year or two. So I think there's an opportunity where there's a lot of companies that probably should be worth more than they are. But if the economic cycle is tied to the debt around this crap, then they could probably just wait for that too. Maybe that's why they haven't bought anybody yet. They just wait for the actual squeeze and then they buy Ubisoft for like 1 billion instead. Yeah, the banks. Well, the bank situation's crazy though. They still have zero required reserves, right, at all the banks. That's the biggest problem with all of them. None of those guys have. Yeah, they're like all their positions are like completely naked. I don't know. As long as the entire cash flow of all the banks is driven by the Fed, then I don't have tremendous confidence in any of those institutions. Again, the Fed will print infinite money to keep them afloat, but none of those companies are actually being run very well, considering. Yeah, exactly. But you see, that's the thing though, right? If you can't sell anything because the losses are so huge, right? Then you don't actually have that money. That money's not available to you. But the fact that they can still get loans and take out leverage on the value of things that they can't sell without collapsing just presents an idiosyncratic risk to these guys, because if any one of these major institutions ends up having to dump their holdings, it's going to cause a whole mess everywhere. That's the issue. That's the issue, is that none of these companies are even capable of having any of their customers' deposits in reserves. They're all at 0%. It's been 0% for years still. Like, there are some people who think we are still in fractional reserve banking, but we have actually gone all the way to no reserve. We are no reserve banking. This is something that people don't really understand.
Complete.
Now what? Inside. Bye-bye.
In the rear with the gear.
Now.
Yeah, all that stuff's wild, man. All that stuff's wild. The only thing we know for sure is that people who are responsible for BS do have almost infinite capacity to delay consequences.
ETA 1 minute.
Add-on complete.
I know we're all very excited to see some major hedge fund managers in prison cells, though. We'll get there. We'll get there.
You got coordinates or what?
Big job. SCV ready. Huh? In the rear with what's going on?
Yeah, he's trying to proxy liberator me. He's trying to hit me with them proxy libs. What's he doing, man? He's getting all up in my face.
SCV ready. Bad news.
Yeah, but it's like super absurd that as high as the rates are, that these banks can't be making enough money to have any liquid reserves at all. And the fact that there's still none and still no requirement for any, I think yeah, that's something I've got my eye on a lot more than what is being said.
Bad news.
Research.
They might as well just make a Fed app for everybody to use for their banks at this point. It's what they're doing more or less. Although I think that's the thing other people have been doom speaking about for a few years too, so.
Command center upgrade.
Life is wild. Life is crazy.
Ready.
SCV ready. Move it. Sure thing. Fueled up, ready to go.
Well, yeah, I'm sure their arguments are all very similar to the arguments of like short sellers, right? So they got to try to come up with a new excuse why certain stocks go up or down multiple digits of percentages for no reason on random days when there is no news. Hey, Hotel. Thanks for the sub, man. Good evening, bro.
SCV ready. You gonna give me orders? SCV ready.
So, like, the whole entire argument about the thing that enables massive short selling, right? The providing liquidity, right? Their whole argument is that if a company doesn't own if a brokerage doesn't own the shares and somebody wants to buy them through that brokerage, should they be able to honor the order if there are no other orders matching it to sell, right? If somebody who doesn't know anything about stocks wants to be able to just buy a stock and not have to think about it, like the technology that enabled that to happen is also a part of, that's a part of what enables these guys to basically use those obligations for leverage or as marking them differently in their books compared to how they're ordered by their customers, because not all of them are actually delivered, or in many cases some of them never get delivered.
You scared me.
Will do, Command.
SCV ready.
Stay ready.
Mineral field depleted. Base is under attack.
What's going on?
Our SCVs are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Well, I think that the biggest issue, again, it mostly boils down to the fact that market makers and people who get fined for illegally marking short positions as long positions, which happens to like every institution. But I think that really the biggest problem is that there are no actual consequences for any of these companies misreporting or failing to report, you know? Like, yeah, investing is more or less legal gambling. Yeah. Like, you should know that up until, I think, 2 weeks ago, the Security Exchange Commission literally had no way to see all, like, the stock market trades as they were happening. The Consolidated Audit Trail, which is currently being defunded by, I think, a Republican bill in Congress right now, that is literally the first digital interface that has ever been legally approved for the SEC to even watch trades happen in real time. Otherwise, everything is just self-reported from every institution. There are no regulations. No brokerage has ever been banned from operating in the stock market because of failing to deliver people shares or misreporting positions. Nobody ever gets banned for any of that stuff. Like, they just they'll be like, oh, we accidentally marked 5 billion in short positions as long. So we didn't report these short positions. And then they'll say, well, you sold $5 billion of stock and then that company went bankrupt and now you don't have to pay any of it back. That's really convenient for you. And now we're going to charge you a $10 million fine. And that $10 million is a lot of money to a normal person, but to the guys who sold $5 billion of stock they never delivered, well, they just win. Yeah, it's legal counterfeiting, more or less. The entire basis of the original thesis for a lot of these like meme stock things is that more shares have been sold. There's more ownership of these things than there are things that exist, basically. So that's where a lot of the stuff you see on the internet about meme stocks comes from. These companies use their ability to control where sales happen.
Gotcha.
No, the biggest one is it's one of the guys. They not only route trades, but they're also a hedge fund. Unsurprisingly, they're the biggest hedge fund there is. I know, it's shocking. You would think being allowed to be, it's like if you were playing as an NFL team, but the referee was actually on your team. Like the referee, it's not like the referee's bought or paid for it. The referee is like literally in your team jersey. Like that's more or less how financial markets work. And these guys all just hire each other, so it doesn't matter if everybody hates them. I think the current head of SEC used to work for Goldman Sachs, right? As well. Pretty sure he was a... They all just go around in a circle forever. But yeah, pretty much the only legal obligation you get as like a stockholder in the US, at least through any brokerage, the only thing that you get guaranteed is that they have to pay out any dividends that you get paid for it. That's what beneficial ownership means anyway, which is how 99% of people's brokerages work. But the actual book name of them, they're all kept under Seed & Co. So the system is specifically designed that way. It's wild, man. It's wild. Bunch of boring crap, though, too, right? Bunch of boring stock crap. It's exciting, though. It's exciting. I hope it would be cool. It would be cool if they picked up somebody like Ubisoft or Corsair.
Is under attack.
I think I saw that Paramount was gonna get bought. I thought I saw Paramount was gonna get bought by Sony for like $1.5 billion. You know, be pretty sick. Be pretty sick if be pretty sick if GameStop bought Paramount.
Base is under attack.
You know, 5 aces. That's like the last thing I want to talk about. But I appreciate your enthusiasm. We don't need to get into a deep dive discussion about that. I think we've had enough. I think we've had enough serious talk. How's Paramount only worth a bill? They got all of Star Trek. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm pulling for. I want to see Ryan Cohen buy Paramount and then put a bunch of exclusive Star Trek swag at their stores. Boom. There you go.
In the rear with the gateway. Coming.
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action.
That's what they need to do.
SCV ready.
Brands, communities, and IPs. At least while we're in an economic downturn anyway, people will still squeeze out a few bucks for the things that they really like.
Waiting on you.
But being cool or being fun or being good is not really enough in this climate. So you gotta have something people really want. That's how you got Rick Grimes back in The Walking Dead.
This better be by the numbers, boys.
Online.
All these guys hurting for cash that own all these companies, that own all these things, that own all this stuff and do all these things. Well, those guys need money too.
Taking up and dropping off.
Enemy contact. SCV ready.
Uses the IP for a car racing revival. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff you can do.
Talk to me.
If they're gonna become a holding company, it's not like they need to take ownership of the brand. They just what they need to do is just trim the executive management to cut the costs down and leave the team in charge as far as like just having people that can actually do their jobs. That's like the biggest thing most of these failing big companies have in common anyway.
SCV ready. What's going on?
8 billion? Well, we'll see. We'll see, right? We'll see what happens.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Sony almost had it for one, a little under 2 is what they were saying.
Talk to me.
In the rear with the gear.
Where's
A deal like that is fantastic. There's so much cash flow there. And they literally work with everybody.
heading out?
SCV ready.
Yeah, but when I think about the company having that much cash, I think about the partnerships and deals and stuff like that, and that would be stuff like that is what gets you to the next level.
Bad news.
He's got some immortals. He's got some immortals. And yeah, here we go.
Your field completed.
Kill something.
Engineer. Ready.
You scared me. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Engineer.
Here we go.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh no, these situations always get super weird and super crazy, right?
Complete.
At the same time, Nate, he knows you don't have any turrets, so yes, you're gonna need a few. Yeah. True that.
State your
No obs though, right? No observers outside my base or around my base at all. It's good to know.
Complete.
Nothing'll stop me. Adjusting for new coordinates.
Mineral field depleted.
Yeah, I just can't wait for Stormgate, man. It's gonna be nice. All the things that I have left, I'm gonna putting together my little list of things I want to get done. I want to get done before Stormgate drops.
Mineral field.
Get the rest of the achievements from the campaign on my main account that I don't have.
What's going on?
Combat.
Cyclone on.
In the rear with the gear.
Secret laser eye surgery. I wear glasses now.
Gotcha.
We can state your request, please.
If you don't like the style of glasses I'm wearing, this is what happens when nobody ever has an opinion and says, do what you want. And then I'm like, well, this looks cool. Then months later, I'm like, wish I had a different kind of glasses. Not the worst starter pair, though, I guess.
Yes, Commander.
Combat. State your request. Awaiting orders. Right away.
Command center upgrade complete.
Job ready for service.
Add-on complete. Base is under attack.
Wait.
Patching you through.
We got it.
Complete.
Maybe.
It's a trap.
Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs
Oh yeah, he doesn't have enough to stop me. We're good.
are under attack. Base is under attack.
Thank you.
Our SCVs are under attack. Command center upgrade
Got him. Beautiful. Beautiful tasteless. That's what I'm talking about. It's a little shake and bake. It's a little shake and bake right there.
Patching you through. Big job, huh?
No, that like quasi base trade, that was so. Oh. And then look, he rebuilt everything here. He had the Stargates, he had the Cybernetics core. But killing the Cybernetics core is always such an important part of this matchup. Like denying your opponent the opportunity to get two in your face is huge. It's big. It really is. I didn't see much in the way of obs though in my base. He was active on the map, like he was in my face a lot. And he did these attacks, but I just wanted to see this battle right here. So I go for the cybernetics core first, and that gets rid of his ability to make stalkers. He does warp stalkers in as I kill it, so that was a good move by him. So this whole wave that I'm fighting against is just that and nothing else. And then this was kind of annoying. Yeah, you see how many shots go to that zealot? And then these guys never even drop anything, those ravens. I wish I'd been able to save this. I actually thought I was close to getting it there for a second. When does he start the cyber core? There. So he waited about a minute. I killed the cyber core and then I got all of his stalkers. And then he just got the planetary here in the same time. Yeah, but he's got about 1,000. He can't warp anything in though except for High Templar and Zealots. So that's why I did this. That's why I did this to him. He can only make Zealots and he can only make High Templar because he doesn't have the tech for anything else. I guess he can make DTs as well. But since he can't make Stalkers, and yeah, I killed the Warp Prism, he's just stuck. He's just completely stuck, which was nice. Who's eating acorns? Are you a squirrel? Well, I mean, hey, I'm not here to judge, bro. Live your life, you know? That's one of the ways. It's one of the philosophies I like to swear by. Let's see. Obviously, Microsoft's technically qualifies in some ways gaming, so that's the biggest. That would be the biggest gaming mega cap. Sony's pretty big though. EA is really big too. EA is really big too. You know that guy who's streaming? That doesn't really sound like the kind of thing I want to talk about right now. But if you want to have a serious conversation about something personal, then you can always reach out. You can always reach out privately off stream. I'm not diving into any heavy stuff. EA 35, only 35 billion. Yeah, exactly. Oh, then you had Blizzard. Blizzard was worth a decent bit. ATVI, although they're just Microsoft now, right? So. Yeah, Nvidia. Nvidia is so peculiar. It's like they're trying, on one hand, there are people that are trying really, really hard to still talk up like this huge bull case for them. On the other hand, it's like, it's really fascinating because I think their IP and their tech, their AI stuff is, I think it's so far ahead of what anybody else has. I don't even think AMD is in the realm of competing with them, and I think maybe earliest would be in like, it's so hard to think that Nvidia won't continue to get better faster too is the other thing. Like as far as the AI stuff goes, I'm not sure anybody actually catches up with them. Best case scenario is 2 or 3 years. On the other hand, Nvidia doesn't actually have the ability to scale up its production the way that people are trying to make it sound like they can, because a lot of people kind of keep missing that Nvidia has to split fabrication waves at TSMC with everybody else, because a lot of people don't understand that the foundries that these chips get made at, these really high precision chip factories, people don't understand that it takes a very specialized, very specialized equipment and very specialized training for people to be able to actually make these things the way that they do. And people really just do not understand how impossibly difficult it is going to be to make another factory that can make that stuff, because they've tried and failed already, like several times. So I mean, Intel and Foxconn, and I think Broadcom even. So there's a bunch of guys that have tried to move some of those fab operations in the U.S., but there's not any success stories to speak of for a reason. Yeah, well, they say they're going to make factories in Arizona, but again, a lot of money gets spent to make this happen, but this is not the first time that a major chip manufacturer is going to be trying to do that. Yes, it is the reason why Taiwan is now, if you ask me, as far as computer technology goes, it's the most strategically significant place, because you can't make that shit anywhere else. You just can't. There are so many different places that make different types of chips and different things, but the ability to make these 5 nanometer and sub 5 nanometers chips, all of this stuff that powers everything, like, the average consumer just has no awareness that the chips that are those chips are those NVIDIA chips are made in the same factory and foundry. Whether they make the same chips for the iPhone and they make them for the AMD CPUs, and these guys all have to split their orders. Like, it's even if NVIDIA raised, you know, trillions of extra dollars just to try and outbid the contracts, like, I don't even think it would be allowed. Like, you'd be strong arming entire generations worth of production out of other companies just to get that additional capacity. So they've got some interesting problems. On one hand, nobody is even close to touching NVIDIA in terms of the tech. Nobody's even close. On the other hand, NVIDIA does not have a capacity to scale their production of actual equipment. I don't think they are worried about it, though. And the reason why I would say that is I don't think as many people are going to buy the next generation of graphics cards anyway. Like, I think if you're NVIDIA, it makes a lot of sense to probably just use less of your production stuff on the consumer grade material. And on some degree, a lot of it is binned. So a lot of people don't, maybe you don't know this, but that when they make the chips, they don't all come out at perfect quality. Oftentimes, if you're buying a lower end CPU, you're buying like a high end CPU that literally just did not function. And then they turned off enough parts of it until it could function, basically. This is a process called binning because, again, it is so hard to make these chips. They don't even throw out the bad ones. They don't even throw out the bad ones. That's how fucking hard it is for them to put this stuff together so that everything gets used. Everything gets a purpose. So yeah. Because that's the other thing too, is you need a lot of water for these fab processes. Like the other thing that helps for Taiwan is that they have access to water as well. Being an island makes that a lot easier. I'm under the impression these chip manufacturing facilities are pretty demanding in terms of water as a source for their cooling because of the massive amount of heats that the machines make. Yeah, exactly. Party toss. Exactly. So I think because in general, the average consumer has substantially less income, or at the very least, like spendable money anyway, like disposable income, since cost of living is skyrocketed so much. I think that since you've kind of seen that play out on a lot of different time frames in terms of like revenue projections have been down across the board. Almost every company, they've tried to hide it, but I think they said that. I think most of the banks kind of came out and said that most consumer credit's gotten tapped out in the last 2-3 months, and you're starting to see huge drop-offs in revenue because people that would just put everything on a credit card and pretend it's not real money. Well, now the credit card doesn't do anything anymore, so it's hard to motivate spending from people. So I think for NVIDIA's sake, yeah, they're not making most of their money off of the gaming stuff anyway. So they'll probably have something cool, but it'll be in really limited availability. It'll be really expensive, and they're just going to make as much of their data center stuff as possible. Because at least corporate buyers for their stuff are going to be eating it up as soon as it comes out, right? Like everything. But I don't think the demand exists. Maybe the demand exists. I don't think the capability for the demand to be met exists for the trying to get a Zerg player here. I don't even think the capability exists for that. All right, we got a barcode Terran player.
Ah, you scared me. Bandit, big job.
But yeah, more than any hardware Nvidia has, their IP is still. I was that guy. You remember your Thanksgiving like 3 years ago when somebody came up and was like, "Hey, look, man, they're gonna be able to generate pictures with just words soon," and you're like, "Oh my God, no one cares about this. That looks so bad." And I was like, "Yeah, I was that guy. I was that guy at Thanksgiving."
What's going on? Bandit. SCV ready here. Huh? What's going Bandit?
Nvidia has been years ahead. When they started building this stuff, everybody just laughed at it because of how bad it was. That's a big reason why nobody else tried. I think they're grossly overvalued, but at the same time, I think that's only because nobody has actually come out with a killer app that runs off of this generative AI stuff yet. Will they ever? I don't know, but eventually there'll probably be like paid services where you can put yourself in movies and TV shows and make versions of songs that you like, but it's you singing them. Change a few of the lyrics. Make a version of this song that's actually a happy birthday for your boyfriend. I don't know. That's I guess that's where it goes. What do you actually do to outside of? There's definitely a lot of like systems optimizations, and it'll enable like anybody who has jobs that revolve around large amounts of data or instructions, like tools. Those tools will still be useful, but like, what's like the big sexy thing, like what that gets enabled by this that you sell to people that people are like, wow, this really could never have been possible without something like this, and I haven't seen that yet. So on one hand, I think the potential for it is awesome, and I'm still very excited about it, and I follow it very closely. On the other hand, nobody has done anything that still isn't quite doable anyway already normally. So it's like, yeah, the whole point is that it does it really fast or whatever, or you don't need a person to be a part of it, but it's like, I have yet to see something that I'm like, this would just not be possible without this technology. I've yet to kind of get that. Like, is it great for a move in the background of a photo for a JPEG? Yeah, that's awesome. But like, you know, it's not like that's something that you couldn't do previously either. So I'm not saying that the AI has to do this stuff, but even if it's as simple as like, oh, this queries what you're saying or doing or tracks what you're saying or doing and turns it into something else out of that, like, I think that's where it gets kind of interesting. That guy, he just clearly didn't want to play with us, so what I'm going to do is we'll just dodge him, and as soon as he's in a game or offline, we'll search for a match. But I'm trying to queue for games, as you guys can see, but most people are just giving us the least interesting matches possible. Well, it doesn't need to display curiosity or problem solving, right? Like, pretend the AI doesn't change ever, right? Pretend that what we have now is the final form. What can you actually make? What can you actually make that you could present in the context of like a killer app? That's what I mean. Stop thinking about the tech changing or improving. Like, just the ability to make shit or dig through stuff with, like, let's say 80% accuracy, because it makes a lot of mistakes. Let's say you have an 80% accurate instant information aggregator. Like, do you make the outputs all preset so that there's a range of confidence the result goes to something internally, and then you build something off of that? You know, like, that's where I think of, right? But how do you give people something that they don't already, how do you give people something that feels new, right? That feels like, it's like, whoa, this is mind-blowing shit. I guess for a lot of people, being able to instantly create an emote or something and then send that over iMessage, that's going to be a huge deal for people. But I certainly hope that's not the only thing to get excited about in the next year from it. Yeah, exactly. Closets didn't exist until it was so much easier to make clothes, right? But that's what I'm wondering. See, that's what I'm wondering, right? It's like, yeah, it can enable all of these things, but what does the end result of that look like? What does a world where you don't need all those folders necessarily? What exactly does that look like? What is this optimized path here that you're hypothetically about? Is kind of what I like to imagine. What does that look like in a person's day-to-day life? Even if you only ever used it for back end, like decision making, like what could you really do? I guess if I was gonna try and give an answer, something that would feel less cursed than just like AI generated garbage would be like, oh, we have a scene at like Universal or Disney where you like go take a picture. But instead we're like, well, we're going to use you for real here, but we're going to like blend it in with this stuff, right? And maybe they still give you some props to wear or something or whatever. I don't know. Seems like the kind of thing you might be able to get someone to you might be able to upsell somebody on. But I don't know. That feels a little iffy. You aren't afraid SC2 games could be commentated by an AI? I don't make any money casting StarCraft, so I don't have to worry about that. Maybe the people who are still casting StarCraft would be worried about that, but if I could have an AI cast, I would train it to be my co-caster. That's what I would do. That'd be fun. I could just have an AI person just on the stream, AI stream co-host. There you go. So whenever like chat is dead for 10 minutes and no one's talking about anything, it can just spontaneously be like, so Nathan, what's one of your favorite places in nature you've been to in your life? And then it's like, oh, well, there you go, you know.
Game paused.
All right, he paused the game. I'm just gonna go next. I don't know if he's trying to waste my time. Let's just go next. AI hype man? Yeah, exactly. None of those I don't think meet the parameters of what I was wondering, but yeah, I guess it's hard to imagine stuff that doesn't exist, right? But yeah, imagine like something that takes some kind of input from the user and then turns it into something that can then be processed by the large language model to then produce some sort of genuine seeming outcome. But the thing is, like, you don't want the AI generated result to be the final product, right? Because that's not the purpose of this, right? It's that it's to enable something that you wouldn't have been able to do otherwise. So maybe there's like an amusement park that has multiple different pathways that you go through, and because there's a limited range of possible final outcomes, like you could have some sort of limited interaction within the place that would dynamically shape where you go, if that makes sense. You know, if you think about an experience that could be driven by your choices in a kind of dynamic way, but it's not like you couldn't just have a person watching to do that too, you know, either. When I think about something that I would actually pay for that would be AI driven, I think about like, you guys know how in Left 4 Dead, there's that whole thing where they're like, we have the AI director who keeps the game original. Yeah, actually I would love it. I would love it if they had some like highly trained model for that. That is not a role that a person plays, right? That's not a role a person plays. Nobody actually is cast for that. It's just the like, oh yes, when you play this game, certain things will change or things will be adjusted depending on how well you're doing, how fast you're going through the game, etc. And sometimes it'll just be completely random, right? So it's like, at least for something like that, that's where I'm like, okay, then it gets really cool. You can at least do something interesting with that.
Huh? Big job, huh? What's up? It's your dime.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, I mean, if your biggest hang-up is arguing like the technicality of whether it should be called it or not, like whether or not you have a point, I think we're past the point of I think we're past that. You know, like I guess it just doesn't really matter if that's technically, like I don't think anybody really argues that any of this stuff is like actually smart, but it is what it's being called, right? At least for people that are technologically illiterate, being able to just say like, help me God, I have no idea what I'm doing, and have something like kind of almost be able to understand them compared to normal where there would be no understanding. It's like different, but what I like is the potential analysis points, right? Like I think that's where it gets interesting. When there are interesting ways of using information that's put in to try and come up with a specific output that can be routed into something that can be meaningful, but not just being like, oh yes, it's going to produce text that it'll show you, or it's going to just produce a picture that it'll show you. It's like, no, I want the internal mechanism of something to be powered by this that can do something else, but I don't know what that is yet. That's kind of where my mind is with that stuff. That's what I think about. Like imagine if there was like a ramen, like an instant ramen. Imagine if there was like this. Like here's an example. I'm trying to think of something. Imagine that there's a ramen vending machine, right? Imagine that you have a vending machine with the ability to just be like, oh, because you're breathing in front of it, it's gonna be like, oh, you know, give you a recommendation on what flavor it thinks you'll want or some shit like that somehow, you know. Something obscure. I don't know. That one was only baking in there for like 2 seconds, so I'm speaking in as general terms possible. Yeah, see, like that's what everybody says though. Like, oh, it's just an assistant. Oh, I just tell it what I want and then it tells me what to do. No, that's not what I'm talking about. You guys have never seen like a sci-fi? Is this not something that gets used in like Star Trek or other sci-fi? People don't have things that's like, oh yeah, we just use an AI to know when we need or want this, right? I guess the easy example would be like like the toilet, right? Something that would automatically be able to at least give you some kind of like indications about stuff based on data. That's obviously a little more gross, but if the advantage of it is that it can process data and compare it to things, you know?
Complete.
Find stuff like that interesting. What would you don't ask yourself what would you do with an AI? What would you do with the ability to instantly process and analyze, you know, anything and compare it to everything in a short time span? Like, how can you exploit that? How can you exploit that specific thing? Because I think that's when you're actually selling somebody something. You're not just selling an API access glorified wrapped around a token system, which is what 99% of all those services are right now. You ask it. No. But that's the whole thing. You don't ask. Not asking. It's not about interfacing. It's not about interfacing with the machine. I don't know. Maybe I can't explain this concept. This might be This might be too deep fried. Might be too deep fried for chat. I love you guys though. I'm talking about using it without directly interfacing with it. That's what I'm getting at. The whole entire point is that you don't have to type in any kind of prompt shit. Is that you're not reading text out of a thing. You're not doing anything like that. We're talking about something that can use the ability to deal with that stuff and just be like, boom. You know what? Okay, I got a better example. How about this? At some point, you'll probably be able to walk into a clothing store and the mirror will reflect you wearing what the mannequin's wearing. Like, that is something that I think this type of technology can enable pretty easily just based off of your feed coming in through the door, right? And you could be like, oh, wow. Instant try-on kind of thing, right? At a place. You know, something in that realm. It can be used to power it. It can run off of it, but you don't want to. You're not trying to directly sell the You're not trying to directly sell the person the thing that you're using to make the product. Although, as far as I'm aware, that is currently the biggest thing. That's one of the biggest things that the people in the industry are trying to figure out is how do you actually sell it. But if your product is just a glorified wrapper for it, then that doesn't really mean anything. Like Minority Report? Oh yeah. Well, think about it this way. Most people don't even realize that all those times that your phone asks to connect to Bluetooth, like all the apps, like almost none of them actually ever use Bluetooth. They just ping Bluetooth towers that are used to serve ads, like in lots of public places. And they just use that for general ad tracking. Lots of businesses use Bluetooth beacons, what they're called. So like almost everybody's data just gets tracked constantly off of that. Like if you have a phone with Bluetooth turned on and you've ever agreed to have an app use your local network, like those things tell advertisers where you go and what you're buying and stuff. So they already have that kind of information. So yeah, I think obviously AI ads will get crazy personal because they already have all the information they need. So that yes, that's definitely happening. No doubt. Hey, you know, Pope Scythe, I disagree. I think that at some point people will find a way to use the learning language models or these generative models. I think at some point there's some capacity to use them as an engine for something else. I might end up being wrong in the long term on that, but that's what I believe. Damn, still not enough. A huge Bane attack, huh? Yeah, I try to imagine the technology as the engine, not the final product. Video game AI is the biggest one though. That'll probably be the biggest thing it gets sold as.
Upgrade complete.
It's your dime.
Command center upgrade complete.
Yeah, when the conversation, somehow, guys, I don't know how this conversation mostly just turned into us all trying to argue whether the semantics of AI being used as a tool or existing on its own having to be a tool. Maybe this was me trying to go a little too far today with the subject people are excited about. I didn't mean to hurt anybody's feelings. I was trying to probably get just a little bit too creative there, you know? It's a lot of pressure to put on you guys. I didn't mean to do that.
Mineral field.
Now, when something comes out in the realm of what I was talking about, I'll let you guys know.
Base is under attack.
Man, he just keeps going, huh? He just keeps coming. He just keeps coming. You're trying to figure out when it will actually be useful. Fair question. Yeah, I guess, huh?
Are under attack. Mineral field depleted.
All right, GG. Let's go next. Yeah, I use AI stuff all the time. It is super useful. Like as far as like AI products go, there are a few that I can name that I think of as killer apps, but they don't really get maintained or worked on at all, which is kind of dumb. There's been very little iteration done on them, but the stuff that I use, right? The camera thing I use, right? This is AI. It's pretty awesome. Using a piece of software, I can completely remove several possible necessary pieces of hardware from my setup to get a green screen, right? It's pretty cool. Right? It's pretty cool. I just press a button and I can turn that on and off. It's awesome. I also run an AI filter over the microphone that eliminates noise. I use the NVIDIA broadcast filter. You know, the NVIDIA broadcast apps for AI, to me, are really good examples of AI products that are, like, useful. It's fascinating to me that nobody has even attempted to make competing products with NVIDIA for that stuff, though, which I guess is just another sign of how far behind everybody is in terms of being able to develop stuff like this. But even though you guys would say, right, it's not real AI, there is a model that is trained to recognize the portrait frame and dynamically remove it from the layer, right? Like, it's kind of crazy that exists. So I think about stuff like that. I'm like, how else can you make such good use of that, right? Because you have obviously the constant camera information is in there, and you're already on a machine, so there's a lot of good uses for it in general computer use for reasons like that. If you guys have used DLSS, I mean that's running off of an AI trained model. Yeah, I think that's the other issue. The biggest issue with language learning models, it's not that they're inaccurate. It's that they're not accurate enough to be reliably depended on without some kind of filtering. So that's how I think about it in terms of, like, imagine that the whole AI call, like the LLM execution, is inside of some function of your app that never is visible to the end user, you know? and that it has only like a certain range of what it can do based on what the output of the model is. That way there's at least some level of restraint that can exist, right? Like, it's kind of how I imagine it anyway. Like, wouldn't it be awesome? Like, think about it this way, right? I have this thing that the NVIDIA thing, right, for removing the background, and it's trained off of some guy that probably doesn't look like me, right? Or maybe he looks similar, but not exactly me. So it's like, eventually, at some point, you would hope that with this kind of technology, it would be easy enough for me to just load up an app, move around on my screen, do some movements, adjust my camera, and then it would be like, okay, now we know perfectly exactly Nathan, right? And like, when I think about long-term use of this tech, I'm like, yeah, eventually it would be almost like the iPhone Face ID, where you do like a whole thing to set it up, and then every time you use it afterwards, it would just reference that. Like, that's the kind of stuff. That's the kind of stuff that gets me excited about this technology. Or even, I don't know if it's modern machine learning, whatever. But obviously, I have the automatic captions as well. Stuff like that is great. Imagine if I just had better captions one day. Imagine if NVIDIA just released a captions model, or if there was a way to load models to run mini apps or something and obs like that. That's the stuff that gets me as a customer excited. But then you're like, well, NVIDIA released these really cool broadcast tools like 2 years ago or a year ago maybe, and they haven't updated them since they launched the 4000 series graphics cards. So that's it. And you're just like, well, it's gonna be only generational iterations, so that's where the money is, right? That's where the money's gonna be, because obviously they're gonna drag their feet to sell their hardware. But if other people can come up with some stuff like that, you know, that's cool. There's actually a lossless scaling app on Steam, and you can use that to play a lot of different games in whatever scaling resolution you want. But they also have a machine learning model that you can use in it that does frame generation even without an NVIDIA card. Which is like wild, right? And that's just like some cheap, small time Steam app. And yeah, lossless scaling, if you know what it is, then you know it's not that small time. But if you don't know what it is, that's why it's small time. It's not like everybody uses stuff like this either. But imagine if their process or if their model was fine-tuned enough to the point where people are like, guys, this app just gives you double FPS and it hardly adds to lag, you know? Stuff like that is... Again, NVIDIA's already doing that, but the fact that there are open source, maybe not open source, but the fact that there are non-first party people that can build tools on that level, that's big, don't you think? Don't you think the fact that some third-party company is able to make their own AI frame generator that kind of works, right, on a small level, you forget about them. Don't you think that somebody with more resources might be able to do what they're doing even better? And then all of a sudden you've got somebody that's maybe got a really good open source DLSS competitor that's not made by AMD. I don't know. Windows is kind of moving to integrate all of those services, which is going to lock third parties out. So all of that is going to be handled by drivers soon instead of through the games anyway. So I guess by the time anybody else came out with something that worked, it's already going to be standardized in Windows.
Command center upgrade complete.
Oh, look at that. Barcode Zergy boys already got the spire up. Ay, 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 huh? We get just enough tanks to withstand his little roach shenanigans. And then we go into Thor's.
Ready to raise some hell. Big job, huh?
Yes. Punching you through.
Right on. Talk to me, boss.
Well,
Mineral field depleted.
Nice. Take what we can get.
Upgrade complete. Research complete.
Big job.
Research complete.
Ready to raise some hell. Stop.
oh, really?
Light it up.
Research complete. Command center upgrade complete. Our SCVs are under attack. Base is under attack. Mineral field depleted.
Talk to me, boss. Ready to raise some hell. Well, butter around this shit. What's the story? Ready to raise some hell. Burn rubber. Talk to me, boss. Boy, it's here.
Can't wait to see what AI does in the pine cone space. Hell yeah, brother. Me too. Me too.
Command center upgrade complete.
In the rear with the... Huh? Ready to raise some hell.
Our 67 SCVs. It's just a few too many.
Daylight's burning.
Not like too many, but a few too many.
Upgrade complete.
What is it?
I'm waiting on you.
Research. Mineral field. Base is under attack.
Ready to raise some hell. Is that it? I'm in a heap of trouble. Where's the hot action? Waiting on you.
Base is under attack.
Ready to raise some hell. Got any extra firepower?
All right. Well, I think we're at that point in the game, boyos. Let's go get it.
Where's the hot action?
Boom, 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 boom.
Stay calm, man.
Stay calm.
Ready.
You guys are big Team Acorns. Big on Team Acorns. Hell yeah, I get it.
out here.
This battle requires
Base is under attack. Add-on complete. Add-on complete.
Oh yeah, you played into my trap card, bro.
Mineral field.
Big job, huh?
Rescue Gaza exhausted.
He's still trying. There you go, baby. You super confused this guy? No, he was, bro, I don't know what was going on there, but I definitely threw him for a loop. He seemed confused AF. Whew. I'm glad you guys are on Team Acorn, though. I was, you know, there was a lot of love. There was a lot of love coming for Team Pinecone earlier today. I got a text from Pinecone. Pinecone was reaching out to me in the DMs. He was like, "Man, I'm getting dragged so hard in chat today." I just, you know, you guys coming out and being there for him means the world to him. I just thought you needed to know that, even though he wasn't gonna say it to you. No, we broke him. We broke him big time. That was a great game. Especially for a barcode too. Don't always get it that good. Don't always get it that good from barcodes.
Go ahead. Huh? What's... SCV ready. Be in the rear, huh? Yep. Let's go. Ah! SCV ready. What's going on? Bad news?
Where do I stand on Pinecones versus Acorns? I think they're both pretty cool. I think that pine cones are like kind of fun because they're very, I feel like they're just very unique, you know? There's not a lot of things out there like pine cones. Like when I think about home, I think about, I guess, like my childhood home and where I grew up and stuff. There's pine cones everywhere. We had so many pine trees, so many pine cones. I feel like I never see those up in Washington that much. So I think I'm kind of nostalgic. I think I'm kind of nostalgic for the pine cones. I just don't get as much pine cone exposure as I used to.
Bad news? SCV ready. What's going on? SCV ready. In the rear. What's going on? You're the boss. SCV ready. Gotcha.
Like I got nothing against acorns, but I don't really have any core memories tied to them either. I probably smashed a wild acorn with a hammer at some point. I don't know.
What's going on?
Not the most exciting response, I'll admit.
You scared me.
Command center
The Grim Reaper has arrived. What? You want something?
The unfolding nature of the acorn. Yeah, hey, acorns are dope too.
SCV ready.
We were talking earlier about how, you know, pine cones have never really had the same level of brand recognition that acorns got from those Ice Age movies, you know, with the squirrel trying to get the acorn open. Like he really made acorns sexy in mainstream media. If it weren't for that squirrel, God knows where acorns would be right now on the, you know, the cultural zeitgeist. That squirrel did a lot of heavy lifting for acorns.
SCV ready.
Whole game was literally throwing acorns at each other. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. All right, he's got cannons and he's turtling on cannons and stuff. Nah, let's go next. I give up. I don't need that. I don't need whatever smoke he's bringing. I don't need whatever smoke he's bringing. What was he doing? Yeah, Dark Shrine. No, I'm good. We'll let him queue up. We'll try and get another Zerg. I've been liking these TVZs that we're getting. I'd like more TVZ. We'll let him search for a match. Parents on the block shut that game down. Yeah, well, yeah, Acorn combat can be. That can be a lot. That can be a lot. All right, we got a Protoss. Yeah, I wasn't gonna play against the guy turtling in his main base with cannons. That's just not worth it. whatever it was he was gonna do. I don't care enough to find out.
Yes, sir. Yo. SCV ready. SCV ready. What's SCV ready here? Big job, huh?
We're just gonna do a fast expand, and we'll try to go into BCs after that.
SCV ready. Huh? Huh? Big job, huh? What's going on? SCV ready. Man the ring, huh? What's going on? Huh? SCV ready.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Bad news. Big. What's good? Big. Bad. Huh? Yeah. Ah! You scared me.
Our SCVs are under attack.
Huh? Big. Armed and ready.
Command center upgrade complete.
What's going on? Will do. Gangway. SCV ready. Who wants some? SCV ready. Ben? Go, go, go. Ah! Big. What's going on? Huh? You want a piece of me, boy? Ben?
Command center.
SCV ready. Big. SCV ready. Go ahead. Yeah, yeah. We hear you. SCV ready. Ah! In the rear. SCV ready.
Add-on complete.
Huh? SCV ready. Big job, huh? Yo. Go, go, go. SCV ready. What's going on? Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. Go ahead. Let it roll out. Huh? SCV ready. Been waiting. Big job, huh?
Add-on complete.
Sure thing. In the rear with me. Ah! You scared me. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Command center upgrade.
Oh my god, I was so close. That was so close. Woof. Yo, talk about just in time.
Scanning battlefield conditions. System prime.
What's going on? Yo, SCV ready.
Right away. Engine.
Research complete.
Order.
Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Scanning battlefield.
I'm like, you guys ever feel like you're the deer in the headlights? Except the headlights are coming after you.
Order acknowledged. Awaiting orders. Info.
Go ahead.
Well, we already know he has blink, so the next natural progression is to get charge. And if he gets charged, then obviously, you know, we're in a whole different world of chicken tenders.
Understood. Command.
What's going on?
Add-on complete.
Yeah, he's just chilling in a ring outside my base, huh?
Your request.
Bad news? Big job.
Awaiting orders. Order acknowledged. Commencing.
What you got?
Queued up, ready to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, we're just gonna start 3 BCs as soon as we can afford them. Beautiful.
Ready for service. Command obtained. Stage.
Now this is next level greed right here.
Scanning battle.
This is some ratchet shit I'm doing.
Command center upgrade complete.
Awaiting orders. Under comprehension. Scanning state. Command. System prime.
SCV ready.
Beautiful.
Go ahead. What's going on? SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
Commence awaiting orders. Job confirmed. At your disposal. System prime. Scanning battlefield. State your request.
Base is under attack.
Yes, sir.
What's going on? SCV ready.
He's being just annoying enough with it. It's okay, we've got several more ready to go.
These are under attack. Base is under attack.
Go ahead. SCV ready. Big job. SCV ready.
Upgrade complete.
SCV ready.
Mineral field depleted.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
That's why we keep building more SCVs. We funnel these guys out to get mulched, taking this space, and then everything's fine. Nice.
SCV ready.
We're getting there. We're getting. It's taking a minute. It's taking a little bit, but we're getting there. This base, this kind of just, that's our anchor in the storm.
Base is under attack.
Without that expo, we're not having a good time. Without that expo, Party Rock's not in the house.
Mineral field.
Roger that.
Waiting orders. Scanning fast.
Base is under attack.
Shut it down.
Command center upgrade complete. Base is under attack. Our SCVs are under attack. Our SCVs are under attack.
Oh, really?
Research.
Yeah, I mostly just wanted to make sure the Immortals, I was targeting the Immortals. I didn't want him to be able to just use the Immortals to break the planetary down, so I had the high ground units focus that. If he looks at the replay, though, his head will probably explode from this third. When he sees how early I took this base, yeah, I got like I almost got 1,000 gas out of it. Oh, he had this expansion, too. He was all up in my grill from an early phase. Look at that. Look at the pylons everywhere. I barely escaped his all-seeing eye. Yeah, see? He kind of was just, he was out there early. Had the probe on the bottom, Stalker outside, Stalker kind of in a concave, right? Man, this would never work for me. So sick. It's really hard to make work, honestly. It used to be a lot easier to do. Protoss is the hardest matchup, I think, to go battlecruisers in. Just because they have the most options to kill you early. TVT is pretty hard too sometimes, but... Yeah, I just barely got away before he had that contain set up, and he just never even checked. It's ridiculous. He just never even checked the corner of the map. I took that base super early, though. He should have had it. He should have taken a 4th and a 5th. He was way too focused on whatever this setup outside of my main was. Oh, well. Sometimes it'd be like that. Yo, guys, that's going to be it for the show today. Thank you so much for hanging in. Thanks for tuning out, hanging out, tuning in. I think I got those mixed up. I appreciate everybody chilling. As you guys know, we're going big. We're going big on Stormgate when that drops. That's gonna be my Hail Mary on the stream this year. So I hope to see you guys there. But otherwise, I'm gonna continue to make StarCraft content, and especially up until the point where Stormgate releases, I'll still be playing and memeing and dreaming and wheeling and dealing and all that good stuff. But yeah, it's kind of like a blaze of glory over here, man. It's kind of like a blaze of glory. It's been a hell of a ride. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.